The debate will be short, and then we can probably have a conversation for the rest of our time. Because the debate will consist of, can you prove David Crowley is guilty? Answer will be no. Boom, debate over, and I win. Okay? That's it. So Danny Mason has agreed to an interview to discuss the death of David Crowley, the death of his wife Kamel, and the death of their daughter Rania. So we're going to have a polite, nice discussion, interview, debate, whatever. As long as it doesn't turn into a shouting match or a name-calling thing, then everything should be alright. I'm not going to put up with disrespectful language, and I'm going to try to make sure that I'm not disrespectful as well. So it's a two-way street for me. Hopefully it'll all go well. Hopefully it'll go just as well as the conversation that I had with Judy. So that's all that I can really ask for. Okay, on Friday, October 27th, Danny Mason posted a number of things inside of the Justice for David Crowley and Facebook group. And that's what I really wanted to talk about today. So what I'm going to do is go there. And let's just go over some of the comments and some of the things that Danny Mason has said based on his post. And you will be seeing those screenshots of his post here. It's going to be very important that we don't assume, we don't put words into Danny Mason's mouth, and at the same time, we're going to expect Danny Mason to do the exact same thing. Now, what I don't want it to turn into is a Dan Hinnon bash. And, I don't want it to turn into a thing where I'm forced to defend Dan Hinnon, or where Danny Mason is forced to defend anybody else. I don't think that Danny Mason can defend David Crowley, especially since he has accused him of being guilty as well, along with a number of other people, including the Apple Valley Police Department and whatever other authorities were involved in this case as well. We know that Jim Gummert of the Apple Valley Police Department, the police captain, and the police chief have all stated that they believe that David Crowley is guilty. Yet they have no motive, they have no facts to back up that theory. So it always goes back to, what is the theory based on? Why is it such a weak theory, and why did they jump to that theory so quickly? These are very simple questions. These are questions that I hope that Eric Nelson would have answered in his documentary, A Gray State, which was supposed to cover David Crowley's death. Instead, it just seems to cover what Eric Nelson wants to fixate on. Now, having said that, I have to remind everyone that I have not seen the movie yet. And after hearing several reviews and after hearing some opinions on the movie, I can tell you I am not in any rush to see this film, but I will see it. And I'm sure I'll have a lot more to say after I do see it. And I can pretty much guarantee you that it's not going to be anything different than what we've already been saying, and anything different than what I've already thought. Now, it might actually add to some of these questions that I have. Meaning it's just going to ask more questions. It's going to make me wonder why one person is saying one thing, the other person is saying the other, and why we keep getting so many conflicting stories, catching people in lies, and why we have so many people that have their own view or whatever, have their own belief, or they know why David Crowley did this. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, like Sean Wright says. Sean Wright doesn't know that. Sean Wright can say that he thinks that David Crowley is guilty, but he can't say that David Crowley is guilty and prove it. If he could, he would have done it by now. So I don't believe that Sean Wright can. I don't believe Danny Mason can. I don't believe Mason Hendricks can. I don't believe Chris Peck can. I don't believe Chris Klein, whoever the hell he is, I don't believe he can either. I don't believe anybody can. And so that's why I've had an open challenge, and the open challenge to debate any of these people will stand. It will stand until a debate happens. Now, if a discussion happens, then great. Then great. I kind of feel like Sean Wright and I have already had that The problem is we had it privately and not publicly because Sean did not want to speak publicly, but he likes to contact people privately. So you also have to wonder about that. Well, if he's so sure and if he's positive about these things, then Sean Wright should have the guts to say these things publicly. Now, he has said a lot of the same things publicly that we hear over and over and over. And the one thing that I wish he would stop saying is that if David Crowley was murdered by the government, then Sean Wright was going to be the first to start a revolution. Nobody's going to follow your revolution. Nobody cares about a revolution involving Sean Wright. If a revolution involves someone who is so quick to believe that their friend was murdered without any evidence, without having any factual proof, and without the investigation being complete, that's not a revolution I want to be a part of. And I don't believe that's a revolution a lot of people would want to be a part of, because it's not a revolution based on truth. I've never wanted a revolution, and I do not support a revolution, and I will not support a revolution. I will support a restoration of our Constitution. I will support, us doing what we can peacefully and publicly to get back to where we should be, and to make this country a more peaceful place. I think a lot of people confuse revolution with a takeover, with a coup. So, it's not a revolution that I see. What I saw in the Gray State movie also was not a revolution again. It was very extreme, and I still don't like the whole story of Gray State. But that's another topic for another day, I suppose. What we're really here to talk about today is what Danny Mason said, and what he hasn't said, I don't believe he's spoken since then, actually. He posted on Friday, and I believe that's basically it. There were 26 comments on that post, and I think let's go ahead and go through a few. I think it's going to be important to go through these in case Danny Mason decides, for whatever reason, that he doesn't want to accept the invitation to this interview. So we'll see. So on October 27th at 5:48 p.m. Central Time, Danny August Mason posts in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. It's a public group. Generally, anybody can post there. Some people who post like porn and stuff like that have gotten banned, but that's about it. Maybe one or two other people have. So he posts here calling out Greg and Dan. So after months, maybe a year, 2 years now, of me calling him out to debate me, now he's going to take the opportunity to call me out, which is great. That's awesome. And I love that he did it publicly. I do respect that. I do like the fact that he didn't try to contact me privately like Sean Wright did. I like the fact that Danny Mason actually posted it in the public group. To me, that shows how serious and how sincere we should all give him the benefit of the doubt. Now, that's just what I'm saying right now. And that's the way that I really feel, by the way. So, he says, have you seen the doc? And he's talking about Eric Nelson's A Gray State. And no, I have not seen it. I will see it. One day I will see it. He says, I'll do a once interview. So he's saying he's going to do an interview just one time after hearing the garbage from the mics. And then he says, any takers. So if Dan Hennon recently had a audio interview with Mike Baggio 3, who was I believe he was the president of MEG, which is the Michael Entertainment Group. And they were working on a $30 million deal, or they were working on a deal with David Crowley. Let's start there. They estimated that the Gray State movie would have cost somewhere between $25 to $30 million. Now, that doesn't mean that that money was going to go to David Crowley or anything. It just means that that was the deal that they were working on, and that was the budget that they were going to be working with. So, so after probably I think a day after Dan Hinnon did his interview with Mr. Baguio 3, Danny August Mason jumps online, goes on the Facebook group, and kind of goes into a little bit of a rant, but is not really saying too much either. So and at one point he even talks about playing games and asks if let's play a game. And it's like, oh, we don't want to play a game. Nobody wants to play a game with you. This is not a game. This is very serious. So we're trying to treat it like that, not to treat it as a game. So no, we don't want to play a game. Okay, then he was gonna private message me. We would set up the whole details. We are still working on that, but I haven't heard from him since this night, so who knows. And then I asked him if he cared to answer some questions now, and he said negative. And then, of course, later on that night, he does go on to answer some questions, or at least ask if we have any questions, or what questions do we have. So at least he's trying to get a feel of what we're going to ask, what we're going to say, what questions are going to come up, and it's nothing we haven't already talked about, nothing we haven't already covered. So some people have told us after we see a gray state that it will answer all of our questions, and that will be that. Or you'll be shocked when you see this. It'll change the way that you feel. Well, okay, we'll see. But I can almost guarantee you that's not going to happen. But of course, we're going to keep an open mind, and I hope it does happen. I'll definitely be looking for it. But if it doesn't answer the same questions that I've been asking, why would somebody even tell me that? Why would they even say that this will answer all your questions, already knowing what questions that I'm asking? So knowing that, you know, Danny Mason in the thread with Dan Hinnon brings up something about a lawyer, consult your lawyer, because I'll be consulting mine. So then I asked Danny Mason, what are you consulting with the lawyer about? And Danny Mason said nothing. And then he goes, you? And then he says, oh, Greg. It's like, well, you just said you were consulting with a lawyer. Now you're saying you're not consulting with a lawyer? So I'm a little confused there. And I just told you were in the trailer and you still can't prove David was guilty. And he says, you can't prove that I was the main one. The main one what? That he was the main one in the trailer? I thought he was the main character, or maybe Chris Hubble was, but from my point of view, I don't know. It seemed like his character would be the main character, be the character that would save Chris Hubble's character. So, and I just asked him, you admit that you have no proof? And he asked me, do you? And, of course, I admit I have no proof. I have no proof to prove David Crowley is guilty, or else I would have said it. The proof that we have to show David Crowley is not guilty is within the lack of proof to show David Crowley is. So we can't just say, well, you know what, if you think he's not guilty, then you have to prove it. Wait a minute. I thought we were all innocent until proven guilty. What happened to that? Or is that part of the revolution too? Where in the revolution we're going to get lined up in a guillotine and get our heads chopped off. That's a revolution. I don't want any part of that. And if that's what the gray state was trying to show, it seems very satanic to me. Chopping off the heads, sacrifice, all that stuff. Putting your head onto a guillotine is very similar, I would think, to burning a baby before some false idol. So there's a lot of fear porn in that trailer, in the 5-minute trailer. There's a lot of stuff in there, the whole thing. And then they always have to relate it to Alex Jones or the alt-right. I'm going to have to ask Danny Mason what his view on this alt-right thing. Why are they tying David with alt-right? Did David Crowley ever mention the alt-right to Danny August Mason? How about that? How about answer that question? That's a good question. I have to add that to my list. So the main one, I don't know what he's talking about, this main one, and then Lynn Anderson is also wondering, what is he talking about when he says main one? You don't know that I'm the main one. So I'm assuming he's talking about the main actor. I don't know. And then another person, Christine, points out that he's just talking in riddles. That's all he's doing. He's talking in riddles. He's not really trying to have a real conversation. That's sad. because he had a great opportunity to and failed. Another failure. Because you could have just answered some of these simple questions and we all could have moved on. But the fact that you couldn't shows me you don't have any answers. Shows me that you can't prove David Crowley is guilty, and you won't attempt to, because then you'll be made to look foolish. It's sad. So I just tell him, you made the claim David Crowley is guilty. Where's your proof? Back it up. I have never made the claim. I'm open to the possibility that he is or that he isn't, but I'm not saying, yes, I know what happened. And anyone that says, oh, the government did it, I would ask you the same thing. Prove it. Where's your proof? Back it up. Or don't say it. It's one thing to think, or to think that you know what happened, or say, you know what, in my gut, in my heart, this is what I think happened. It's another thing to say, oh, we all know what happened. Everybody, no, we don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. The Lord in heaven knows. That's good enough for me. So the interview is on. I'm not exactly sure when that's going to happen. Might happen this Sunday. I don't know. But regardless, I want it to happen. I want to give people as much time so that they can join us and listen to it live. It has to be live. It will not be edited when it's released. Danny Mason is free to do whatever he wants with it once it's filmed, once it's recorded, once the audio recording is complete. He can do whatever he wants with it. I will do whatever I want with it. And that will be that. And let's just let the people decide. Let's see if you can actually prove your theory. The debate will be short, and then we can probably have a conversation for the rest of our time. Because the debate will consist of, can you prove David Crowley is guilty? Answer will be no. Boom, debate over, and I win. Okay? That's it. The rest of it will just be an interview of us talking, or hopefully I get to ask him questions. If he wants to ask me anything, he definitely can. I'm not going to say anything that I haven't already said publicly on Facebook, or in these videos. My views are very clear. There's no riddles with me in these views. It's very simple. And I just hope that he would respect that, and I hope that he would stop playing these little games, playing these riddles, and just be a real human being. And it's very simple. Just tell the truth. Tell what you know. Whatever you know, whatever it is, just tell us. Okay? That's it. I hope the Gray State Project does not go through. I hope it doesn't go forward. I would hate to see this project go forward. I would hate to see anybody make money off of this project. They're already making money. The money is made. So. And then Danny just asked us, just don't get butthurt on my logic. And I don't think we'll get butthurt over anybody's logic. And Christine makes it clear, facts over logic. And that's a great, great point, Christine. Because it should always be facts over logic. And actually, the facts and the logic should go like this. And if they don't, then you know they're like this. And that does not mean that there is truth. So when facts and logic meet, hopefully we get truth. Otherwise, we're just getting spinning heels, ring around the rosy, and playing games. Going around and around in circles. Which is what we don't want. Alright, so Danny agrees. I can't wait till we talk. And here's an interesting one. Robert Ellion asks how people can watch the documentary, and Danny August Mason says Netflix. So apparently it's going to be on Netflix. Danny, I've been waiting for you to answer one simple question since this whole thing started. I asked the exact same question here when you posted this post into the Facebook group, and you can't answer it. How are you going to have a debate with me? How are you going to have a discussion with me? You can't answer this question. The same question that I've been asking for 2 years now. How are you going to do that? And not look foolish? So I think we'll have to wait and see that. Let's see. Okay, we get into David's version of the gray state. And Danny's just kind of going around and around. Danny says, he tells Robert Elliott, the only thing I hold a big grudge on in most of my life is that a kid had no choice. So, he says a kid had no choice, so we need to figure out what he's talking about that. Responding to that, Robert Elliott says, I'll take a shot at what you said. You're holding a grudge against David because his daughter had no choice in this matter. Is that what you're saying? And Danny answers to Robert, holding a grudge? So you're cool with taping a 5-year-old? There's been question if Danny was trying to say tapping, as in, tapping a 5-year-old, or taping. I'm going to go with taping for now. He'll have his opportunity to clear it up. He could clear it up whenever he wants to. Maybe he does down later in these comments. So, Robert's still trying to have a real conversation with Danny Mason, and it just seems like Danny Mason is all over the place and not really answering any questions, not sticking to the discussion that we're trying to have here. I really don't know what he's doing at this point. So then Robert says, you said you're holding a grudge, not me. And I'm not sure what you're saying in regards to taping a child. I have 4 children. I've never wished that happened to David's daughter upon anyone. If that's what you're asking. And then Robert also says, I'm confused, Danny. I don't know if you're using voice to text or if you're inebriated. And Danny says voice to text. Okay, Robert then says, will you explain what you mean then, please? I'm not cool with any kind of harm to kids, as I have 3 of my own. And then Danny Mason just says, seriously? And it's like, what do you mean, seriously? Oh, yeah, seriously. The guy just said he had kids. What needs to be? I don't know. So, with that being said, I think it's very, very clear that it's just more games. He even says, let's play a game. The game that you're playing, you will lose at because it is a game. Games are not meant to be won. They're meant to be played. So you get played because you play the games. I won't play the games. I'm not interested in playing any of these games. I'm only interested in seeing what the truth is here. If you're not interested in that, then move on. See ya. So, let's see. A few more rounds. And again, more assumption. These are what the people do when they feel backed into a corner. They assume things about other people. So now here Danny is assuming that I'm assuming. And he says, you assume to know me and motives, and yet you and Dan has never spoken to me, just based on assumptions. Also the fact that Dan was in the dock, which he won't talk about. Well, I was in the dock too. I thought I was. Maybe I dreamed it, but no, Danny, you are assuming. You're the one who is assuming a lot of things that you shouldn't be, because you don't know what you're talking about. I think it's very clear this guy does not really know what he's talking about. Maybe he's angry, maybe he's going through some difficulties, maybe there's some other problems, some other personal things that are happening. Hey, you know what, man? We all have problems. We all got things that are going on. So I'm not interested in treating anybody like a victim or sympathizing with anybody like you claim that I did. I'm not sympathizing with you or with anybody. I'm just trying to see what's happening here. You should be too. You should be very concerned about your credibility and some of the things that you're saying here. So no, I'm not assuming to know you or your motives. I hope that your motives would be about truth, and if you would answer one simple question, then you would show me that it is about truth. And I already know your answer. I know what you're going to say. No, I don't know. I don't know David Crowley is guilty. So why don't you just say it? Just come out and say that. Why is that so difficult? Why do we have to... It's like pulling teeth to get anybody to say that. They won't say it. They can't prove he's guilty, but they won't say that he's not. Nice friends. Really nice friends, man. With friends like that. Just based on assumptions. So I think the assumptions are a lot of what Danny August Mason is making, which a lot of people do when they're angry, I think. So maybe that's my assumption about people making assumptions about me. but that's how I feel. But I would never, accuse somebody of, oh, you think you know me, you think you know me. That's childish behavior, and that's what children do. And we're not children, Danny. We're grown adults. Alright, so again, another dude, seriously, your group posted a photo on my home. That's beyond creepy. Yeah, I didn't really like that. I didn't like in the police reports that people's phone numbers and things like that were posted. I didn't really think that was cool. But that was my own view. So, I called him out publicly. I knew that he would see what I posted, so all he had to do was respond and say, I accept your challenge. I called the whole Gray State team out. Looks like Danny August Mason is going to be the first one to accept this challenge. So, again, he's lying that I attack people without giving them a place for a debate. So we can add that to Danny Mason's lies. I'm a horrible debater. That's great. That's his opinion. I never claimed to be a great debater, but I will debate on this topic because, like I said, I win. You lose. And here's why. One question. The whole debate surfaces around. Can you prove David Crowley is guilty? Nope. Then Danny Mason, you lose the debate. Goodbye. Have I seen the doc? So then he's asking me again if I've seen the documentary. Like I've said so many times, no, I have not seen it. I don't know how many times I have to really see that. Danny then says, I don't have to prove anything. You don't have to prove anything, but if you can't prove it, then you will lose. Your debate is lost. So, might not even want to show up. You guys are the ones who have a hard-on for David. No, I don't have a hard-on for David. I think that's another one of Danny Mason's things that he says when he feels like he's backed into a corner. He has to come and lash out. Instead of lashing out, why not just be a grown person? Don't be a wimp. Talk about it. Let's figure it out. Let's see what's going on. Alright, just asked him, what do you think? Can you prove David Crowley is guilty? And he asked me, what do you think? I just said, answer the question. No more games. Answer the question. Tell me your answer, and I will tell you what I think of your answer. I'll wait. He says, chat, bro. Let's wait for the podcast. You see the doc yet? Again. It's like, no, for the 5th time, I have not seen the doc yet. And you tell me if the doc proves David is guilty. Of course he can't. Then we get into this pack theory. So then Danny is claiming that David and Kamel made a pact. Kamel and David made a pact. Okay, if they made a pact, then that is not a double murder-suicide. Now we're talking about a double suicide-murder. So now you have 2 issues that you're going to lose on. Now you have 2 things, 2 debates that you will lose on. You can't prove that David Crowley is guilty. How are you going to prove that David and Kamel are guilty? You're going to lose. You're going to lose again. So, and then it goes back to the daughter. Rainey was like a daughter to me. Yeah, Sean Wright said the same thing. Everybody's like a daughter, but nobody wants to actually figure out what really happened here. If you guys really cared about this family, then you would understand where we're coming from, to the point that we're saying, okay, well, if they did this, then what is that theory based on? And that's been the whole problem. So I would have to say that's not how you should treat your daughter. If somebody killed your daughter, you wouldn't just accept what the police said or what somebody else said. You would actually do some research. So do it. Do it with this case too. Alright, so let's see. She was 5. Danny says she was 5 and didn't have a choice, so push the bottoms. I think he means buttons. So push the buttons. But when it comes to Rainey, I'll get very heated because she didn't have a choice. Okay, and then it goes back to the whole thing where it's just like, okay, what does that have to do with this? So you're the one who is accusing David and his wife of killing their daughter. And then what when it comes to the daughter, all of a sudden, you get what do you say? You get heated. You get heated from that. Really, you should get heated from the fact that you can't prove anything. What you're saying, get heated for that. That's heat. He says, I don't give a S because of this. A little girl who was a daughter to me is gone, and I'm a uncle. So Greg, again, make this about David. The biggest effing shame is that of Rainey. You people make me sick. So we make him sick even though he's the one who really makes everybody sick because he's making the allegations that can't be proven. That's pretty sick. It's pretty sick to say that David Crowley and his wife killed their daughter and then killed themselves when you can't prove it. That sounds sick to me. It's an American conspiracy story. This is an American conspiracy story? How the hell is that? I thought this was the story of a guy who killed his wife, killed his daughter, and then killed himself. All of a sudden, it's a conspiracy? No. The problem is they're not open to it being a conspiracy. They're so quick to discount a conspiracy as if it's a cuss word, as if it's something that could never happen, as if it's something we shouldn't even talk about, something we should not think about, when a rational person would think about it, okay?
Hello, and welcome to Salon Talks. I'm Tom Roston, and I'm here with Eric Nelson, the director of The Brace Date, which is opening on Friday in New York, and then coming out in theaters in LA. And I gotta say, this is a film that's going to rock a lot of people's world. It's a murder mystery, so it's intriguing. It's a character study, and it's also an incredible expose of the alt-right and the whole conspiracy theory movement. So it's a lot of things.
Really? The alt-right and the conspiracy movement. Interesting. Okay. The conspiracy has only grown so much about this case because nobody else can prove anything different. No one can sit here and say that David Crowley is guilty. So the conspiracy, I don't even know if you would call it a conspiracy. It's just, other theories. Because saying he's guilty is just one theory of many theories out there that people are dabbling with, that people are looking into. That doesn't mean that they necessarily have their view fixed, that it must be this conspiracy, it must be that conspiracy. It could have been by one person. It could have been one person that came in there and killed all of them. I don't believe that would be a conspiracy. But something like that, on the other hand, would have to involve the police at some level. So it always goes back to them. That's why I'm not interested in developing any conspiracy theories, because we don't need to look for them. Because if that is the truth, that will come out and we will see it. And I think the problem that a lot of the people who believe the official story, the problem that they're having, is that maybe they're starting to realize we can't prove this theory, it's just a theory. Oh, it's my favorite part here. The nice shot of the house, drone shot of the house. What occurred inside the walls remains a mystery. This trailer is terrible.
It kind of gets on you and you just can't wash it off. Credibility means nothing to me. What I care about is truth.
I don't think you're missing anything.
Of course we're missing something.
Why?
Yeah, why? I don't think you're missing anything, Mason Hendricks says in the trailer. The only thing you're missing is why. Well, that's a big damn deal. The other thing that we're missing is what? Is if. The other thing that we're missing is where is the proof? You can't just gloss over those things forever. You can keep lying to yourself and keep glossing over it and keep moving on from it and acting like you've dealt with it and everything, but until you deal with the fact that there's no evidence, where's the evidence to prove that David Crowley's guilty? Of course you're never going to get to the why because you can't even get to the if. It's ridiculous. It really is to me. Just my view. So I don't need to worry about my credibility. I don't need to worry about any of that because the truth is all that I'm worried about, and making sure that I stick to it, and making sure that I don't, try to spread false things, and making sure that I don't say, hey, the government killed him, or this happened, or hey, I know what happened. I don't know what happened. The problem is I'm not claiming to know what happened. The bigger problem is the people that claim to know what happened don't know much more than me. And yet they're coming to that conclusion. And I wonder if they're doing it more based on emotions than they are based on facts, based on truth. That's what I'm getting here. Is they're not coming to a rational conclusion. They're coming to a fictional opinion.
So that was a great state, and yes, it's ominous, it's dark, and it's fascinating. This guy, David Crowley, what an amazing person. He comes across as so intelligent and so thoughtful, and yet he goes down this awful path.
See, they keep saying he goes down this awful path. What is the awful path that he's going down? The guy was making a movie about the government taking over, about martial law. Many people have made those movies. They're not going out there and killing their family. I mean, come on, Alex Jones talks about this all the time. How come he hasn't gone crazy and killed anybody? It's just ridiculous.
Can you talk about, first off, how did you get access to this material? I mean, this incredible material.
I read a squib on the story, and it intrigued me, and the film he was making, his work intrigued me. And a year later, and then started speaking with the family about, in essence, doing an investigation about what happened, trying to use this material, which the police...
All right, so he's saying 1 year later, he approached the family about doing an investigation. And this film is an investigation. If this film is an investigation, then it would cover the police reports, and it would cover the crime scene photos. It would cover what the police did, what they didn't do, how quickly they did it. It would cover all those. This is not an investigation. To me, this does not look like an investigation.
Never went into. They were convinced, to them, as did he do it or not. Once they convinced themselves that he did it, they didn't really go any deeper into the why. They wanted to know the who. And this film is all about the why. We don't dwell into the who.
This film is not about the why. Mason Hendricks in the trailer said the only question is why. And here you have Eric Nelson telling this interviewer that this film is all about the why. So more contradicting statements that we have here. Is it about the why, or is it not about the why? Because if it is about the why, I think it's going to fail, because it doesn't cover that. It doesn't cover what. It doesn't cover if. It doesn't cover how. It doesn't cover the basics. So what the hell does it cover? What could it possibly cover? What could it possibly... Why would I waste 93 minutes of my time watching this movie then, if it doesn't cover any of those things? Why should you waste your time? I was in the damn thing. Now, I was gonna, Dan Hennon and I were going to record a show that day anyway, and the time worked out. It was perfect. They wanted to interview Dan at his house, interview me at my house. And then they wanted to record us doing our regular show, our Google Hangout / YouTube show. And that was cool. That was fun. And we didn't care about our credibility then. I didn't care if they thought that I was a credible person, or if they were going to make me sound like some type of fool. I felt this was a good opportunity for people to just see my side of it, and to just see how I felt about it. And from what I'm hearing, I don't believe that this movie covers that. I don't believe that it covers my side of it. I believe it just kind of glosses over that and just kind of moves on. The way that a lot of people just move on. And they're not even moving on to the why, even though we have Eric Nelson here clearly stating that this movie is supposed to cover the why, and it doesn't. So it's a lie.
As you went along, getting deeper into the material, tell me about your relationship with your subject, David Crowley.
Well, it was all obviously through unbelievably intimate encounters with this dowry of footage he left behind. 23 terabytes of footage, which is a massive amount of material, 13,000
23
stills,
terabytes of footage?
selfies.
Sorry, 23 terabytes of footage, and you still didn't have enough to show that David Crowley was guilty, or why? The police didn't have it, the family didn't have it, yet they're all just accepting it? Come on. Please.
The idea, I mean, I presented him as being this very intelligent person. Can you walk us through your understanding of how someone who's seemingly so intelligent can snap and commit these murders?
Well,
of his own daughter.
Hyper-intelligence and madness
Hyper-intelligence.
are often linked, for starters.
Hyperintelligence and madness are often linked. Okay. So his intelligence, I mean, an intelligent person would not kill anybody else. An intelligent person would not kill themselves. So I would assume that a hyper-intelligent person, those thoughts would they would not enter their mind. They would enter their mind less than an intelligent person. I'm not buying any of this. I think he's stammering.
Just because he's very smart doesn't mean he might not have been either already crazy or something.
I mean, it's basically, it sounds like Eric Nelson is saying that because this guy was so smart, that the smarter you are, the more likely you're going to be driven into madness. If that's true, then I'm staying away from intelligent people and hyper intelligent people too, because I don't need that in my life.
Going crazy, so they're not mutually exclusive. So, and hyper intelligent people aren't necessarily morally superior.
Ted Bundy.
Yeah, exactly. David Crowley is not Ted Bundy, and it wasn't safe to say, quote unquote, though his act was by all possible definition of evil, he wasn't that. There was a method to his madness, which we try to lay out in the film, again in his own words and observations of people who knew and watched his descent.
This greater world of the alt-right and conspiracy theorists.
Here we go. Alt-right conspiracy theories.
We were talking earlier, and you had indicated to me that this guy was not necessarily a right-wing.
No, he was not an alt-right. I mean, alt-right, when you think alt-right, you conjure Pepe the Frog and Charlottesville, racist Nazis, basically.
So we're back to the alt-right thing, and I'm glad that Eric Nelson is, given a better chance to articulate his view that this really has nothing to do with the alt-right. And I think that's a huge, huge point. So I don't know where this alt-right stuff started from. I don't know why certain people in the media keep pushing this alt-right thing. They're like desperately trying to connect David Crowley to Alex Jones and to Donald Trump. And I don't know if that's more of just for clickbait, more of a media thing, or what it is to try to make the story relevant. They always try to tie David Crowley into something that's happening now, almost like their superiors are like, well, why should you write a story about David Crowley? Well, it has to do with now. It's still tied into things that are happening now. Maybe something like that. I don't know. But I find that very, very strange. So I'm really glad that Eric Nelson is making his view clear here about the alt-right. I think that's really good. I'm very happy about that.
That was not David Crowley. That was not David Crowley's friends. They were libertarians. Mm-hmm. They subscribed more to the New World Order conspiracies. Some of the Alex Jones globalists are taking over the world, Bilderberg, that thing, which is not alt-right. That's a different. There's overlap, as in any fringes, but David Crowley was not, would be not, quote, an alt-right guy. He married and was sincere in his affection for a Muslim woman. He had issues with Islam, but it didn't prevent him from engaging with his wife and his wife's family.
I think that's an interesting point where Eric Nelson says he had issues with Islam, but still married a Muslim woman and was still well-liked, as far as we know, was still well-liked and was respectful for the most part towards the Muslim family. So, I know that's one of the other theories, is that this was a Muslim hit, and this was this type of hit, and that type of hit, but I don't even think we need to really go there. I really don't. I don't think we're at that point yet because police still have not proven their theory. And they can't. So I think we're still there. And I think the story is gonna, any view, any credibility towards David is guilty kind of dies right there. It stops right there because it's like, okay, David Crowley is guilty. All right, based on A, B, C, D, E, F, and then it just, whoa, wait a minute, that's it? That's all there is to say that David Crowley is guilty? Oh no, there's got to be more than that. So people dig and dig and dig. I think this movie might attract those people who are still digging and digging to see what happened, because it's finally another view, another person who is asking those same questions here. Hopefully Eric Nelson is more keen on asking those questions than on trying to answer those questions. It sounds like he is acknowledging, highlighting those questions, but he's not highlighting the overall question of where's the proof that David Crowley is guilty. If this movie does not cover that, I know I've said it a million times, but if the movie does not cover that, I think it fails.
Again, at this point in America, the definitions, yes, the right. I mean, the far right and the left, when it collides in extreme libertarianism, that we should be allowed to grow our pot plants without it. There's so many mergings now. I mean, I'm not trying to be coy. I just think we should be, ambiguity is at the heart of this story, and it's the heart of David Crowley's politics. And if it's so easy to dismiss it by saying, oh, he was outright, oh, he had PTSD, that explains everything next. Right. This film does not do that.
I think that's a great point, and I agree with Eric Nelson on that. I'm glad that he brought that up. It kind of sounds like he's kind of saying the same thing in a much more articulate way than I could ever say it. Pretty much saying the same thing, that, you know what, all these labels are starting to merge, everything's starting to blur, lines are blurring, and then it's like, should we even include that in there, or are talking about labels like conspiracy theorists, alt-right, and all this stuff? Is that just a distraction from what the case really is? And if we can stay focused and kind of push those labels and all that stuff to the side, maybe we can actually see what happened here, or at least get as close to the truth as possible.
There's no easy way out on this one. That anyone's guess is as good as mine. Hell, the conspiracists could be right. A ninja hit squad.
They'd love to hear that.
A ninja hit squad stopped him before he could go, and everyone is, including yours truly, are in on the conspiracy to deliberately disseminate false information with a point. It's all been fabricated. Okay.
Okay, the ninja hitman theory. I think he brought up something similar talking about September 11th, where, and it's like going to the far extreme of saying this. I mean, I don't know if there are any ninjas living in Minnesota or even here. Maybe there are. I have no idea. But it's just like the ninja conspiracy. I mean, it's not even worth mentioning as far as I'm concerned. The only reason Eric Nelson would mention it is to just further discredit any possible credible conspiracy theory.
My answer would be a line that you actually have in the trailer, which is that this guy who says that he doesn't believe in credibility, he just believes in truth. Mm-hmm. This idea that there are a lot of people out there, perhaps even David Crowley, who have this worldview that, I guess this is a judgmental phrase, but it's paranoid, and they're suspicious. They're very suspicious.
It is a very judgmental phrase to say paranoid and suspicious. No, it's called searching. It's called looking at the truth, looking for the truth, not looking for my version of the truth, not looking for a credible this, a credible that, looking for the truth, black and white, pure and simple.
Suspicious of the world around them. They do not trust the media or anyone around them.
Let me tell you who I do trust. Is I trust Jesus Christ, and I trust that As long as I stay truthful to him and I trust in him, he's going to lead me to where I should go. And where he leads, I will follow. And he's followed me. I followed him here down this trail for whatever reason. I believe that I'm, an impartial observer at some point, at some level, because I don't have any stake in this. I don't have any stake in the franchise of the gray state. I don't need to make money off of conspiracy theories or YouTube hits or videos or anything like that, like the gray state team does. I don't need that. I have a job, okay? This is just taking away my time, and that's my choice. But it's not about being paranoid. It's not about anything like that. Man, we're just trying to see what the truth is here. And the more that it's like the truth is not so simple, the more we keep digging. And we keep digging until we get there. And we will get there. So that's all that my trust is in. I don't need to trust the media. I don't even need to see the media as credible to read what they write and to examine it and to say, okay, I like this. Yes, I agree with that. I disagree with this. That's a great point. Blah, blah, blah. All this stuff. These people are not always credible themselves, but I give them the benefit of the doubt. Tom Roston, man, I give you the benefit of the doubt that you have not done the research that I have done on this. And I would challenge you to do that research, to have me on your show, to debate me, to discuss this with me. And I guarantee you, you're probably going to hear things that you haven't heard. Maybe it will entice you to actually look into some of these things that we're talking about, instead of just continually bashing us and just continually trying to make us, just trying to just write us off like we're just conspiracy people who are paranoid and mistrusting of everything. We don't believe anything. That's not true. It's not true at all.
And they have gone to different sources, alternative sources for their information.
No. We haven't gone to alternative sources for information, at least speaking for myself. I haven't gone to alternative sources for information. I've looked at every source. I've looked at what everybody is saying. That's the difference. I don't discount the conspiracy theories. I don't necessarily believe them or agree with them, but I don't discount them until I've looked into it, okay? Until I've really thought about it and said, okay, what evidence is there of a government hit? Zero. For me, it's zero. That's it. I don't see any evidence right now of a government hit. At the same time, I don't see any evidence of David Crowley being guilty. But that's where I stand, okay? Everything in between that is all open to interpretation, and we're just looking at it. We're just gathering facts, gathering data to see where that data leads. I wish more people would do that. I wish Tom Roston would do that. I was hoping Eric Nelson would do that. I was hoping a lot of people would do that. But those are false hopes.
Like that guy, he believes in truth, right? I mean,
to
me, it reminds me a lot of the 9/11 truthers.
Well, it's the same. Trauma begats, theories. I've done films on the Pearl Harbor or Kennedy assassination. The truth is, in traumatic events, people look for logical explanations for sometimes inexplicable, and sometimes they're right. Mm-hmm. You can't dismiss all conspiracy people out of hand. Right. But Burroughs' line, William Burroughs, the paranoid's the guy who really knows what's going on. Right. So, one can't dismiss out of hand, but one has to filter it. And when you reject information or form a conclusion, then are not at all open to,
that's a good point.
It becomes a different thing. But
yeah, and I think that's the whole thing, is the way that they're portraying me is that I have rejected it, that I am not open to the possibility that David Crowley is guilty, when I've said from day one that I am. So that to me is part of a smear campaign to discredit me, to discredit what I'm saying, because they're not giving you the whole truth of what I'm saying. They're giving you one line, two different lines, and that's it. When they don't talk about the fact that I was never a fan. They don't talk about the people that weren't fans of this film that are still investigating it. They don't talk about that. They don't talk about the people who have not formed a conclusion like myself. It's always this conclusion or that one. That's it. But it's like there's no in between with these people. To me, that is a relevant story. That's a big story that any news media outlet should be covering when they're covering this story. Because to me, that is the real story, is the questions. Because they don't have answers. The answers should be what the story is, but without the answers, all you're left with are questions. Now, if you want to discount those questions, then you do a smear campaign, you attack somebody, you make them look like something that they are not, instead of being truthful. You go after their credibility. You go after all of these different things, calling them different names, a conspiracy theorist or whatever, instead of really just looking at, well, this is what this person says, okay? It's an interesting view because, they weren't a fan of this. They, do not believe everything is a conspiracy, and yet even they can see that there's something wrong here. That's a story I would have told, but it's not my story.
I've learned it's like a religion. You don't argue, you don't debate people's religion or the tenets of religion with people. You're never going to win. And, in this case, the conspiracists have a platform. There's many 30, 40 hours of YouTube conversations and web pages devoted to it where they're picking through all the deal. They have their outlet, they have their platform, and if people watch my film and want to find out what they're up to and want to go there and dig deep into that, all power to them. I don't have any problems with that.
And they're currently responding to your film. I don't know if they've seen it, but
no, they haven't.
They haven't seen it, but you can find on Facebook and other places where they are condemning the film and condemning you.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay, we're not condemning the film or condemning him. We're looking at this objectively and really just saying, wait a minute, you guys aren't talking about this. This film doesn't cover that. People who have seen it have shared things with us. That just leads us to just more questions. But we're not condemning him. We're not attacking him. This isn't about Eric Nelson. This isn't about making him a victim. So we don't want to do what certain people do, make other people into a victim. We're just looking at this as objectively as possible. I don't think Eric Nelson is doing that because he is discounting conspiracy theories. He's discounting a lot of that.
It truly is a film of our time, and I recommend everyone check it out. In New York this weekend, coming to LA, and it'll be also available on streaming services soon. I guess
it'll get out there.
It'll get out there. The truth is out there.
Exactly.
Thanks a lot for coming, Eric.
Thank you.
The truth is out there. What a way to end it. Yeah, the truth is out there. Well, gee, where'd you get that from? X-Files? Yeah, the truth is out there. Unfortunately, the truth is not going to be seen in this movie, from what I can gather, just based on my view, by someone who has not seen it. Now, the interesting thing will be, if I am honest, if I am truthful, forget about my credibility, because I don't have any. But if I am honest and if I am truthful, once I see this movie, if it changes my view, I have to be open to that. I have to be willing to say, you know what, I believe this up until I saw this movie. How is this movie going to change my views on everything that I've been researching when it hasn't even covered or talked about all of the stuff that I've been researching? Maybe it has. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it has. I don't believe that. I don't believe that this movie is going to cover a lot of what I've been researching and a lot of what I plan to do in the future with the Gray Stage. Because that's what I see. This is a stage. This is a play. It is fiction. I think that what we're seeing, a lot of what we're seeing, a lot of what we're being told, a lot of the official story is pure fiction. Pure imagination. Pure imagination. And that's sad. Now, again, after I see this movie, maybe that view will change. Maybe I'll realize, like, 2 people have told me, once I see this movie, it's going to change my view, and, I have to be open to that. I really have to be open to that possibility. And so I am open to it. I'm open to saying, you know what? Yes, okay, finally, I have what I'm looking for. From the beginning, I did not begin looking into this as a citizen investigator. I don't even like that term. As a citizen investigator, I didn't begin looking into this thinking David Crowley was innocent. I began looking into this thinking David Crowley was guilty. That's my fault. That's my own bias, okay? That's where I still struggle with that bias because of how I began this. I began the same thing with Philip Marshall. I began the same thing with September 11th. I began the same thing with John F. Kennedy. And the more research that I did, the more questions I had, and the less that I believed in the official story. That's what happened here. The more research that I did on David Crowley and his death, the less that I believed what the police were telling me was true. Plain and simple. Alright, we are now recording, just sitting here, waiting for Sean Wright to show up. Merry Christmas. Very Merry Christmas. Please let me know in the chat if you can hear me. I would really appreciate that. I'm just going to drop a line in the chat. Can you hear me? Can you hear me coming? Testing 1, 2, 3. Looks like we're in the meet. Alright. Hopefully you can hear me. And we're still waiting for Sean Wright. Should be interesting. I'm not sure if he'll show up. Got somebody on the line here. Sounds like somebody's trying to talk, but I cannot hear them. Alright. Let's make sure this is working. Sounds like just got one person here. 2 people here. If you're in the chat, if you could just drop me a line in the chat, or else if you're on your phone. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Glad it sounds good. Alright, I'm going to kill this background noise. That might be, wonder if this sounds any better. So it's just me rocking out to some old tunes here, getting ready for Christmas. The recording has begun. Anyone is free to talk if they want to right now while we wait here. And I'm ready to go. Kind of looks like, Jane, kind of looks like you're trying to say something. I'm wondering why I'm not able to hear you. Need to adjust here. Get this figured out. Just all depends. Maybe I do hear somebody. If there's anyone else there, I think I can barely hear you. If there's any way you can pump up your audio, that would probably help. Testing 1, 2. Okay, I can hear that. Here's something going on there, but okay. I'm gonna keep your mic on for now in case you want to talk. Okay, we're about 8 minutes in, just waiting. Our moderator should be here soon, and we'll give Sean Wright some time to join in. If he doesn't want to, that's fine. So, hey Jane, thanks for joining. I don't know if you can hear me. Well, you said you can. But, okay. I'll keep you on. And if he doesn't show up, obviously, this will be a very short discussion. And maybe I'll just go over the questions that I was going to ask him. I think maybe we'll do that. Because I got a ton here. Obviously, the first question is, how can you prove David Crowley is guilty? Okay, where is the evidence? And I know we've all been saying that, we've all been talking about it, but every time we give Wright a chance to answer the question, he just dances around it. So, fun dancing, but we're going to keep looking for the truth. Still open to all possibilities here. Just, we're not seeing anything that would show David Crowley is guilty. So we'll keep on trying. Keep going with it. I think that's very interesting. Very interesting stuff here. Okay. Now we are in the hut. Alright, so I'm just testing different sources here. Got my one source. This is my backup source. How does this backup source sound if you get a second? You can drop a line in the chat. Just want to make sure the backup source is also good, so we don't run into any issues. That would be awesome. Let's see how it goes here. Or else I'm just going to begin and spend some time chatting with myself, I guess. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so we got two sources here working. No problem. I like that. And we're just going to keep going, keep moving along. So on Thursday, December 14th, 2017, Sean Wright accepted my invitation to a debate. So I wanted to give him some time to prepare for that, and so that we would find a date that would work for both of us, and more importantly, that we would also give people enough time so that they could join in and listen to this live. Now it looks like Sean has decided not to show up, which means I'm going to be declaring victory here very shortly and declaring myself 2-0. And that only leaves one person left. That only leaves Danny Mason, who has also accepted my invitation to a debate and also has not Hello. All right. It looks like we got somebody here. How are you? Oh, dropped off the meeting. Okay. Well, that's the thing. Here we go. Because I'm on two different lines, I have to remember to mute myself when I'm on one and to unmute myself when I'm on the other. So, my fault. So it looks like that person hopefully will be calling back in. Who knows? Maybe that was Sean Wright trying to call in right now. We'll definitely know in a few minutes. So, where was I at? Well, it still goes back to the one question. If I had one question to ask anybody, it would simply be, how do you prove David Crowley is guilty? So we know we gave Sean Wright that chance. He chose to just throw out a bunch of cuss words and write a bunch of nonsensical things and just spout some very weird, very strange things. So I found that very, very odd that he would do that. But still, I said that I was going to be here, and I'm here. So I'm hoping Sean Wright will show up too. Who do we have here?
This is moderator Eric Spitfire Wilkinson.
Hey, what's up, Eric? How are you?
Doing well. How about yourselves?
Life is good, man. How's my audio? It's okay?
Audio is coming through crystal clear.
Okay. Let's see.
Is Sean present also?
Yeah, we have one other person here. We have Justice Jane here. We're just waiting for Sean Wright to see if he's going to actually show up or not.
Okay, and who else is there, Jane?
Yeah.
Excellent. Hi, Jane.
I think Jane might have muted herself for a few. Oh, she's back.
I'm unmuted.
Okay. What's up, Jane?
Good. Just waiting for the action.
Yeah, me too. I thought it was going to be, I thought he was going to be here. That was the whole point.
I'm broadcasting out live on my backup station because my current main station is down for another month because of Sandy Hook, which is a whole nother rabbit hole to go down. But we'll see if he shows up.
Yep, definitely. Or else I'm going to declare myself undefeated 2-0. How about that?
Be the shortest broadcast I have done in a long time.
Yeah. So I was just letting everybody know that it was Thursday, December 14th, 2017. Sean Wright contacted me. He said that he would debate me. So I figured we would wait, give everybody some time, give him some time, give myself some time, and give everybody who wanted to listen in live, give them time too. And then I think the following day he called me and started cussing at me and left me a voice message and all of these text messages and this and that, calling me all these names and all that. But hey, I'm still here. I'm still ready. And even in wrestling, if the guy doesn't show up, they give him a 10 count, and the person who's standing in the ring wins, and the other person loses.
That is the truth, and isn't it par for the course that many of these individuals claiming to want to come on respectfully and state their opinion never show up?
Yeah, why? Why do they even say anything?
And Greg Fernandez, I've known Greg for a while, him and Dan Henneman, and they investigate different, if you want to call them conspiracy theories, they're really usually just truths. And I've seen this happen many times. They're honorable guys. They're very respectful, and usually their opponents never show up, and they are usually the opposite of respectful. Now, Sean is what in relation to David Crowley?
I think that's a really good question. I guess he was involved in the Gray State project at some level. Sean Wright claims to be one of the last people to ever see David. And Sean Wright, I think he has some ties to the Gray State social media, but he was one of the first people out there really bullying people, really trying to force people to accept that David Crowley was guilty. And all we ever asked for was proof.
Where is the evidence? I'm definitely open to it. But if you can't provide the evidence, then don't make the claim. And if you're going to make that claim, then just say, this is what I think. You're free to think whatever you want, blah, blah, blah. But Sean Wright likes to pass it as fact. But we're not going to let him do that because it's not a fact.
Were you ever able to get on with Mason Hendricks, who is another supposed close friend of David Crowley's, who completely believes that David Crowley murdered himself, his wife, and his young child? They left the dog alive, though, to eat the bodies. And there's just so many holes in the story. It's like a piece of Swiss cheese, is it not?
Yep, it is. And yes, I've spoken with Mason Hendricks many, many times up until recently, but he never wanted to talk publicly. So that's, that was kind of the whole thing. But he would tell me things too that later on I would find out were not true. So we have all of these guys making these claims, which is fine, and their stories don't match, but they all come to the same conclusion, that David Crowley is guilty. Depending on who you ask, you might get a different story about what they think happened. Like, it's okay for them to speculate on what might have happened, but if we do, then somehow we're being disrespectful. We're attacking the families. I can't tell you how many times Sean Wright has, claimed that we've gone after David's family and blah, 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 and done all of this stuff, which is kind of strange because I kind of think that's what Sean Wright has done. He's gone after a lot of people who still have questions and who are still open to the possibility that maybe David Crowley is not guilty. And hey, maybe David Crowley is, but there's no evidence. There's no proof to it. So why would anybody say that, yes, David Crowley was, and try to pass it as fact? Mason Hendricks, I would say, even though I disagree with him, he disagrees with me, we were able to talk as human beings. We were able to talk as real people. So that's the big difference between chatting with somebody like Mason Hendricks and then somebody like Sean Wright. Now, Mason Hendricks would still throw in those jabs. He'd still do his little jab, but he never cussed. He never, I don't know. It was just like day and night with those two guys. And they're very close. They're very close friends. So that's a whole nother thing. I think our moderator has dropped off, but hopefully he'll get back up there. And I don't know, Jane, what do you think? Should I just go through these questions? I mean, I'm sure Sean is going to listen to this later on.
I think you should go through the questions, and then if anybody in the Justice page wants to chime in, they can either call in or put a comment later.
Sounds good to me. Okay, so obviously, question number 1, what convinced you David was guilty? And I guess this is where Sean would start cussing and calling everybody names and attacking people, blah, blah, blah. And he would never have a direct answer. The only answer that I ever got from Sean Wright is, I know the evidence, but I can't share it, or I'll share it when I can. Well, here we are, 2 years later, 3 years later, and nobody can still share this, nobody can still prove it. And they've done all of this effort to, but I don't think it's working. So that would be the first question. Let's see. Well, I would like to know why Sean Wright chose now to debate me. What is so special now when he's had the opportunity for a year, 2 years to debate me, and he never did? What is so special now? I would also like to know who else Sean Wright has contacted. Sean Wright, who else have you contacted and tried to intimidate and tried to convince people that your way is right, and if there was a revolution, or if David Crowley was guilty, that you would start a revolution? Let me tell you something. Sean Wright is not going to start a revolution. Sean Wright, I don't know if he understands what a revolution is. And but hey, if Sean Wright is a part of a revolution, that's not something I want to be a part of, definitely. Because if he is going to be so quick to just spread that theory that one of his friends is dead and not provide any facts or anything, well, that's not somebody that I would want next to me side by side during a revolution. Definitely not. Everybody should be innocent until proven guilty. That's the way this should work. And Sean knows that. Sean knows better. Definitely knows better. Eric, are you back?
I am. I dropped off there for a second.
That's okay. We were just saying, hey, we might as well just go through some of these questions that I intended on asking Sean Wright. I know he's going to hear this, and I know he's going to want to answer those questions, so why not just ask him now? And if he can't be here, hey, now he has time to answer those questions, and if he wants to come back and actually answer those questions live, not try to contact people privately and cuss at them and say all this stuff about you're going to come by people's house and do all these things and blah, blah, blah. You know, why don't we just have a civil talk here, a civil debate, and just say, okay, you know what? I'm right, and this is why. So I'm going to have to label him as Sean Wrong, and I think I'm going to take on his name as Greg Right, because I believe that I'm right, and I believe Sean's wrong, because Sean cannot prove that David Crowley is guilty. I think I'm going to rename his last name.
Sean Wrong. And I'm getting messages that the audio is out, so I think now is the first point which we're actually going to have audio going on. So many strange things happen when you broadcast. So for people just tuning in, it looks like the debate partner has decided not to show up. Could you give us a brief synopsis, Greg Fernandez, of what this debate was going to be about tonight, why there is a debate, and why the people who you challenge to debates constantly never show up?
Well, this was simply to prove David Crowley was guilty. That's what Sean Wright was going to do here. Now, maybe because he can't prove it, maybe that's why he decided not to show up. But he was given time. He was given plenty of time to show up here tonight. It doesn't take much. You can call from just about any place. So that's why I think he did not show up, because he knows that he would be Sean Wrong, and he would not be able to prove that David Crowley is guilty. So for him, it's better just to not show up. Maybe he's smarter than I thought. Now, I think the reason why they don't show up, I think the reason why these people will not show up is because it's not going to make them look good. It's actually going to raise more questions. They don't want any more questions raised. They want to move on. They want to take David Crowley's project and make money off of it. Even though they think that he's guilty, they still want to make money. They still want to go forward with a project created by somebody that they think killed their wife, killed their daughter, and then killed themselves. It is ridiculous. I mean, you can make this stuff up, because a lot of this stuff, I believe, is actually made up. It's all theory. It's all fear. It's all meant to distract. It's all meant so that people don't focus on the real facts, so they focus on me, so they focus on these wild theories. They might even be some of the people that are putting those wild theories out there, so that they can later try to discredit them. But
now, is Amy still on with us, by the way, Greg?
Jane is here.
Jane. Amy, Jane, One of those common names. Eric's another one. Greg's another one. Could Jane or Greg, could either of you just give maybe somebody who's tuning in just to learn about what exactly we are talking about, how this began, and how we have gotten to this point right now? I know that's a lot to freaking go through. Basically, what David Crowley's being accused of and what his project was that makes us believe that he was murdered before he could complete it.
Jane?
I think I'll let you take the ring on that one.
Okay.
Greg?
Well, you have to remember, my view is very biased because I am not a Gray State fan, and I'm also not sure that David Crowley was actually murdered. I'm not coming to any theory, but here is what the cop said. What the cop said is that David Crowley, who was making a film, a anti-government film called Gray State, they said that David Crowley snapped. He went to this dark place because of the stuff that he was looking at, because of the movie that he was making. They say that David Crowley snapped, killed his wife, killed his daughter, his 5-year-old daughter, and then shot himself. They say David Crowley wrote 2 notes, neither of which were signed. There was one written note in the office bedroom that said, submit to Allah. Now, David Crowley is not a Muslim, as far as I know. I believe he is a Christian, but I am not sure about that either. But how do police walk into a room, see that somebody has written submit to Allah now, and it's not signed, and they just think, well, that must be David. Okay, well, maybe you do handwriting and all that stuff, and you figure it out later. The second note was in the kitchen, and it was on a laptop, and I believe it just said, I have loved you all with all my heart. And once again, it's not signed by David Crowley. In the living room, somebody wrote in blood, Allahu Akbar, in somebody's blood. Now, the police say that David Crowley wrote that in Kamel's blood. So that is kind of where we start here, where we're saying, okay, they've created this story that David Crowley is guilty, and where is the evidence to back that up? That's all we've been asking. That's it. The police investigated this for 1 year and then quietly closed this case, and they are not taking questions now. They are not discussing this case now. So this was just an open and shut case. The police say that one of the reasons why they believe David Crowley is guilty is because they found no signs of somebody forcing their way into this house. They completely disregard the back door that was unlocked. It was open, so they didn't need to look for anybody forcing their way into this house. Somebody had an open door policy to go into this house. To make it even worse, in the living room, there was a bullet hole that the cops also missed. This bullet hole was not found until the 3rd time that the cops were called to this house. This is the same bullet hole that leads to the bullet that the police say David Crowley shot himself with. I know this is a lot of stuff here, but these are some of the basic things, some of the simple things that I always try to bring up first because they are the most important things, because they always say that I am some David Crowley fan, that I believe that the government killed him. I'm not saying either of those things. Those are just lies. So there's so many lies out there. It's just about, okay, if David Crowley is guilty, let's see the facts. We were told year after year that the facts were coming. They're right around the corner. All you have to do is just trust us, shut up, don't talk about it, and that's it. And here we are. These bodies were found, I believe, on January 17th, 2015. And here we are, still looking for any possible proof that David Crowley is guilty. And I find none, and that's why I think Sean Wright did not show up, and that's why I am about to declare victory and to declare myself undefeated in debating this case.
Well, if you do not show up to the playing field, then you are defeated. And right now, I have a screen share going on right now of what they said David Crowley wrote. And this is the first that I've heard of this, Greg Fernandez. So I'm kind of freaking blown away now that this was not even his own handwriting here. It says, open the Rise, most recent version, and submit to Allah. And this is not even his handwriting?
Well, we don't know. They never really did any tests to prove that this was his. From the very start, I'm telling you, from day one, they began with a theory that David Crowley was guilty. So in their eyes, they didn't need to do all of these tests. They didn't need to look for these certain things. They didn't need to look at the fact that David's right hand was missing. They just said, well, David shot himself. Okay, well, if David is right-handed, his right hand is missing, where is the proof that he even shot himself?
Right. So, I mean, it's such a simple thing. And just to give people a little backstory, if you've never heard of David Crowley, I mean, David Crowley was a screenwriter and an aspiring filmmaker, and he was working on his first independent film, which was exposing the New World Order and the Illuminati, by the way. And he had a wife whose name was Kamel Crowley, when she was a registered dietitian, and mostly worked from home also, just like her husband. And they had a 5-year-old daughter, Rania, and she was a very smart kindergartner, and she rarely ever even missed school. But everything changed when all three were found fatally shot on January 17th in the living room of their house. And investigators immediately pointed to an apparent murder-suicide 3 weeks earlier, after they finally found them. Immediately is a key word. And they found an Arabic phrase written in blood on the living room wall. And they also found Spiral Notebook, which we were talking about just now, supposedly written by David Crowley, submit to Allah now. And the Apple Valley Police Chief, John Reitzigo, am I pronouncing that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Reitzigo. He apparently decided that this guy just snapped, and that's why he did it. Now, as we're revisiting this year after year now, Greg, we're finding that this is a bunch of BS, and nothing points to this being what they said it was.
Right. And they were saying that David Crowley killed himself because his project was failing, he wasn't going anywhere, which now we know is not true. David was working on the Gray State project up until the day he was killed, or up until the day he killed his family and killed himself. However you want to look at it, that is what the Gray State team will not tell you. And I use the Gray State team, I use that term very, very loosely. But they will not talk about that. And why? They also say that David Crowley was broke, when we know that David's dad gave him a $14,000 check and left it, well, the $14,000 check was left on David's porch on December 26th or December 27th by David's brother. So I'm not buying the fact that David was broke or they killed themselves because they were at their end. They had everything going for them.
Do you suspect that some of his friends, now David Crowley, to bring the backstory, David Crowley is a veteran, and he had served in some overseas wars, and they were claiming PTSD also as part of this. But he was a fringe, supposed lunatic guy who snapped. And that's what they want to portray to everyone. And a lot of people swallow it wholeheartedly without even looking at any of the evidence. Now, over the years, Greg and I have done several shows along with Dan Edelman, and we have done analysis of the crime scene, and we have found so many anomalies, so many things that make no sense. And in addition to earlier, the audio, I guess, wasn't working, but I saw some new photos that you presented, I think about, 3 weeks ago or so. And it showed a big bag of dog food. Now, the dog knows what bag his food comes in. I have 2 pooches. They know where their food is, and they'll freaking knock it over and try to even gnaw into it if they're hungry enough. So there's a big bag of dog food. I would think that they would go for the tearing into the dog food, that the dog would go and tear into the bag of dog food far before it would go tear into its owner's freaking flesh. But the dog food is still sitting there. The bag is unopened. I mean, just ridiculous things like that. So many ridiculous anomalies that have been presented here. Everything adds up to a deep state hit.
Yeah, there was,
I want to chime in too. When they say that David Crowley was snapped or he was mentally ill, they can't even agree on how he was mentally ill. I mean, that doesn't make sense. There's like several theories floating out there. One is he's obsessed with violence his whole entire life. The other theory, he has PTSD. The other theory, he's a domestic violence abuser. The other theory, he had joint mental illness and his wife caught the same mental illness and entered into a suicide pact with him. And then when you ask questions, it's, oh, we don't have the answers because he's insane. They can't even agree on that. Their views in itself constitute irrationality.
Absolutely it does. And these two were, by all respects to most observers, a happy couple. And again, their daughter was happy and in school and was doing well. So nothing, and then suddenly this happened. Now we know, and we're doing this show tonight for another reason. The reason we're going to continue when the opponent has not shown up, we can safely assume they've been defeated. You lose! But we can safely, it was Christmas when this happened. And there was presents stacked outside their door for weeks. Was it 3 weeks, I believe? Is that right, guys?
Yep.
3 weeks, and like there's presents like tilted on top of each other. They're in the exact, in other words, they're in the exact same position that they were when they were left there 3 weeks later in the middle of winter. Which there's no way those packages would have been moved around. They would have been worn. There would have been snow on top of them. They would have been wet. But anyway, we went through these many times. Anyway, long story short, he was making a masterpiece, exposing the New World Order. A masterpiece like we've never seen. And I've heard other people say that, oh, movies like this have been made, but not in the detail this was. And when we finished this broadcast, I made a promo for my station using the trailer, and I just put some different music to it. And when you see this, you tell me that you see any of this, no matter how much you say they're exposing the New World Order, that it was doing it in quite this way, where they actually show the people sitting in the freaking control room with the huge freaking Sony Trinitrons watching your house and showing it that way. Now, and this is reality now. So what we were seeing back then has happened now. And in my opinion, David Crowley will always go down in my head as not only a martyr, but a great man who took the ultimate risk to expose the New World Order. So that was kind of a long-winded rant, but my wife had told me when I was coming down, she's like, okay, you're the moderator, so you have to be non-judgmental. And I said, oh, yeah, I'm going to until the end. Until the end of the debate, when we've completely shown that this man was murdered by the deep state, then I'll put my 2 cents in. But until then, for sure. And I think, again, every time Greg Fernandez calls out somebody who wants to prove their side, and this is a man I've known for a while, he's a good guy, very respectful, very close to Christ. So the reason for him not showing up could not be that Greg was going to attack him or be vile. The reason they never show up is because they know the truth too. And now what Greg's asserting is that the reason they're doing it is because they're selling out their freaking one of their best friends to make a buck. Is they're remaking the movie now, aren't they, Greg?
They are. There's no doubt. They're gonna try, but I don't know if it's gonna work.
What does that look like now? I mean, we've been waiting, what? It's been over 2 years now, right? Or almost 2 years?
For the movie?
Since they said they were going to remake it.
Well, I think they've tried to shop it to people who have turned it down. I think the same people that David Crowley was working with to get this done, Danny Mason and Joe Biggs, I guess they tried to shop it to the same people, and they don't want to touch it. I don't think any Hollywood company is really going to want to touch this project. It seems odd if any of them would.
Almost like wanting to touch a project about what really happened on 9/11. Same concept, or Sandy Hook.
Yep, that's true. That's very true.
I would like to add something too.
Okay.
There's a YouTube video out there. It was a promo David did with a company, and I think he was going to promote Gray State products with this company. And so before he died...
Hothead Productions?
No, it's another one. It's on the Justice page. I have to check the name, but...
I'll see if I can find that.
One of the promo videos actually showed a man working on the Gray State project, and he doesn't realize that he's being watched the whole time. And then somebody breaks into his house and shoots them, and he dies while working on the Gray State project. I just thought that was so eerie that that promo really predicted what happened to David and his family.
Yeah, how odd that people would become silent, even close friends of David Crowley and his family, after witnessing some atrocities like that.
Yeah. Very strange.
And I'm on the page, so I like to find a production company.
Oh, I can look too.
Yeah, if you see it before I do, just let it go on. I guess we really don't need to go much longer because, I mean, a 45-minute window, he probably got caught in traffic or something like that, right?
Sure. Yeah. Let's just go with that. Why not? Sorry about that.
Okay. Well, what was that?
Sorry. Technical difficulties here.
Michael Entertainment Group, is that right?
Michael Entertainment Group. Mm-hmm.
Let me get a screen share of this. Just amazing after I've thought that we have delved into every aspect of how this is completely portrayed differently by friends and family, even the family, than the way we see it after investigating it. Let's get a screenshot of this.
There's so many layers to it. But we're still left with the same basic things. We either have people who... another big thing is when this movie came out, when this new documentary came out called A Gray State, a lot of the things that were written about that film always tried to show David, or tried to call David, a part of the alt-right. And it's like, I don't know when that term first came out, but I don't know if I would necessarily call David any alt-right. And even the director of that film also says that David was not a part of the alt-right. So where did this alt-right thing come from?
We see a lot of that with social justice warriors too, and that's one of those trigger words. I'm waiting to find out. They have to disclose everything 30 years, the government does, 30 years afterwards. They have to disclose everything. That's why we found out about JFK. But the word extreme right, we hear that a lot now, rather than alt-right. And alt and extreme, they both conjure up memories of Nazis and Hitler. That's extreme right. The alt-right. These are trigger words that make people think negatively, and they do it on purpose. I just wish, on a different note, that President Trump would freaking repeal the Smith-Munn Act. And if you do not know what the Smith-Munn Act is, I'm sorry, reinstate the Smith-Munn Act, because it was repealed a long time ago, and that gives the media the right to not tell you the truth, to broadcast propaganda.
Really?
And Yeah, the Smith-Hunt Act, yes. I think it was 1967. So the media is allowed to tell you lies. And I would love to see if our president wants to really impress some of us that know the truth about things. And after re-signing the NDAA, we'll talk about that in another show, but the Smith-Hunt Act, I believe it was 1967, was put into place that the alternative, not the alternative media, but the mainstream media can broadcast propaganda whenever they want. They can lie. They don't have to tell the truth.
Wow.
And I would love to see Trump put it back into place because it was repealed a long time ago. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't think the Gray State team would actually like that. That might hurt them if they ever they want to keep moving forward with their own crap.
Right.
I do have some more questions, I guess, that I had asked.
Yeah, you start the questions before I lost you.
I think, we've kind of been in and out on these questions. I mean, obviously, there's really only one question here. Sean Wright, prove David Crowley is guilty or admit defeat. That's it. That's the main one. So I didn't expect to get past that first question because I thought he would do the same thing he did when he called me and when he left me all of these text messages and just saying all of this stuff and just cussing and making all these claims and spreading more lies, lots of lies. So, but there were some other questions. Why did Sean Wright, when there were two, when this first happened, there was a Facebook page and a Facebook group that were created for justice for David Crowley. Sean Wright, and some other people wanted to run those two sites. They wanted to control those two sites because they wanted to control this story. Which, if it was to help clear up the good name of David Crowley, I could see that. If it was to say, you know what, guys, David Crowley killed his family, and this is why, I could see that too. But that's not what they did. They wanted to shut it down. They wanted to make sure that nobody was asking questions. And you can go back in those first few days after the bodies were found, and you can see how many people tried to come out playing a victim. They're not a victim. Sean Wright is not a victim in this case. Danny Mason is not a victim in this case. There are 2 or 3 victims. And then there are questions about what the real story is. And that's all. So, Sean Wright... Sean Wright and Danny Mason, they were both, if I'm not mistaken, they were both served in combat with... No.
With Crowley. Was it just Mason?
No, that was Mitch Heil.
Oh, neither of these guys did?
Correct.
So who are they to David Crowley?
Question.
Who are these? Okay, well, wow. I was under the assumption that they both had served with him or were at least family members.
No, I think Danny Mason was the guy who got David Crowley involved in looking at a lot of the stuff that we're always looking at, September 11th, all these theories.
So these are just random people, basically?
Well, I mean, I don't know if I would say random, but yeah, everything happened very, very quickly once they all met. And all of a sudden, this trailer that David makes takes off, and they start building the whole Gray State team and building their future plans for the whole Gray State project. So Danny Mason is almost like a co-creator of the Gray State, even though...
Right. Refresh my memory, Greg. There were people that served with David Crowley in the military. They were coming out and saying that they believed the the original narrative themselves, correct?
Correct. And that's Mitch Heil. Yes.
Mitch Heil, that's the name.
Yeah. So he also thinks that David Crowley is guilty, that we're all crazy for just asking questions and blah, blah, blah.
And these are actual people that were very close with him. That, I mean, when you served together in a foreign war, was he in Iraq, Afghanistan? I think he had a couple tours, didn't he, over there in the Middle East?
Yeah, I think David served in both of those. So, and I think
right. So when you become very close, you become like brothers with these people. And again, you get scared when you see somebody being, what we believe, in our opinion, murdered in cold blood, including their young daughter. You might shut up too. Might go for the other team too.
That's true. Now, David and Mitch knew each other before they joined the service too. So they knew each other, I think, in high school.
I guess the bottom line is that they're providing no proof that this went down according to the original narrative.
That's right.
And we're seeing all the telltale signs of a false flag. And people out there, again, learn your terms or you'll do a great disservice to truth seekers. Learn that a false flag is when people actually die, 9/11, and a hoax is when nobody died, Sandy Hook.
There it is.
It's very important to use those. You know, Dane Wigington's been out there kicking ass about geoengineering, and he urges everybody to stop using chemtrails. I still like the word chemtrails because there's chemicals in the sky and they're trails. They're chemtrails, but he says if you're trying to wake somebody up and you try to search the word chemtrails, you know, the first 1,000 hits you'll get are disproving it. So use the word geoengineering, and then you'll get the right information.
Well, I mean, truth lives.
This was not a hoax, though. This was a false flag.
Yeah. Once people, I mean, I don't care what you call it. You can call it cloud seeding, all that stuff. But whatever gets them thinking about it, and really, even those people that might go and look up chemtrails and be like, okay, this is all fake. Once you say, well, you know what, you thought that was fake, but have you looked up this? But have you looked up cloud seeding? Have you looked up the weather modification programs? Then it starts changing their mind too. So that's kind of how I was with David Crowley's thing. I started with guessing that David Crowley was guilty, and now I'm having a very hard time finding any evidence that he is guilty.
And I noticed in the survey that you had, you can check yes, no, or unsure, and you yourself even checked unsure.
Sure, that's right.
Unsure.
Yeah.
And none of us are 100% sure.
Right.
That we're right, but the evidence points towards if this was presented in a court of law, we would win, and the people that we subpoenaed as witnesses would not show up, as you're seeing tonight. I mean, simple as that. Just it's bad. And to me, when I say false flag, I believe this is a false flag on David Crowley. I believe he was creating something and about to release something so real, so in your face, so thought provoking that they had to silence him. That's my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I think, too, when you look at Danny Mason's background and how he really was masterminding this film before he met David, and it was going to contain some kind of spiritual or mind control elements, he's kind of rambling. You get that sense. So you kind of almost get the impression that when Danny met David that he wanted to create a film, but it was going to be a controlled film and a controlled message. And maybe it was going to be propaganda. But David broke away from his control. David started doing things on his own. And then it was like, oh, shit, the rabbit got out of the hat. We got to contain this thing. This guy's about to blow the lid.
What an excellent point, Jane. That was a great point.
Yeah. It sums it up right there.
Well, almost an hour now. I would say we've probably given Sean wrong ample time to show up and state his case.
Does that mean I win?
You win.
You would be declared victor by just about anybody who is not. Well, you know what? These days, nobody's supposed to win. Everybody gets a medal. There are no winners. So you did. Oh, just ridiculous. Yes, 100%. You were declared the victor. Sean Wright, you better go back and create another sock puppet account. That's probably not even your real name. And come back as somebody else and grow some balls to show up to debate, to prove your position, because you have failed utterly. Failed.
Yeah, and it was simple. It was simple. He contacted me. You have to remember, he contacted me after these deaths. He contacted me trying to tell me that David Crowley was guilty and don't get involved in this because you don't want the FBI and the Department of Homeland looking at you and just all these very weird things.
What the hell they think was going to happen making a movie like this in the first place?
Yeah. So how is he open to all of these theories that happen with all these other people, but he's not open to one of those same theories that happens with one of his close friends? How is that possible?
Right.
I mean, that might be a plant.
Say it again?
He could be a plant.
He could be.
Maybe he needs to look like he's open to these theories to get to people who really are open.
To what purpose?
Well, I mean, he's a reporter with We Are Change. Well, not really a reporter, blogger more likely, but he's he's getting involved with groups and movements all the time. It wouldn't take much to appear like you're open, interview them, get some information.
Did you say We Are Change?
Yeah.
Luke Radowski, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean,
there you go.
You could easily screw somebody over, get information on them, find out what their groups are doing, do some surveillance, give them fake information. I mean, possibilities are open there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was always questions about Sean Wright. Even before this whole David Crowley thing happened, I was, and I don't know if it's true, but I'll just say there were definitely questions, and that's why I think for anybody who is looking at this case, anybody who is listening to this now, go watch a video with Sean Wright in it. Tell me what type of feeling you get. Tell me what type of vibes you get from this person, because from the very start, red flags. That's all I kept saying. Red flags here, red flags there, because it wasn't about truth. Now, we are three people here talking. We all have different views about this case. We probably all have different views about many different topics, but we can all sit here and have a nice talk, and we can agree to disagree. We don't have to yell. We can just say, we think this, blah, 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 and we're not going after the other person. Sean Wright is different. He tries to go after people. He tries to twist the truth. He tries to twist the facts. His problem is that it's not working. It's not working. People aren't buying it. People are not as stupid as he might think they really are. I think people see through this.
Well, and I think too, when Sean Wright got involved, he had several legal problems, and he was desperate for money. I mean, that's a recipe for disaster. There wouldn't take much to, make his problems go away. What wouldn't he do?
Another excellent point.
Yeah, and that goes to the Facebook post that after David died was taken down. There was a Facebook post from December 9th, 2014, where Sean Wright talks about David. Sean Wright is trying to make sure David doesn't put his tax stuff into the documentary that David is making. And David says, you don't have to worry about that. Your tax stuff is not there. Well, Sean Wright did end up having some tax problems because he didn't pay his taxes. So, but why that?
So that's the taxes problem perhaps taken care of for supporting this narrative.
Yeah. Well, he's I don't know. There's just a lot of strange stuff like that. But I would like to know why that December 9th, 2014 post was taken down after David died. The only bad thing is that it mentioned Sean Wright. Why is Sean Wright contacting people? Why is he trying to bully people into believing whatever he wants to think is true?
Well, when is this movie going to be released by the co-producers? Is a big question. It's been like 2 years now, hasn't it?
Yeah, and they won't touch it. So
nobody will touch it.
Nobody will touch it, and they shouldn't. I mean, only if David is not guilty, then I can see somebody touching it. So that's why it's like, well, wait a minute. How are we going to say David is guilty when there is no proof? I guess I would have to go with the theory that David is not guilty until somebody can actually prove it. And that's what I was hoping Sean Wright would do here. I've had a debate with Judy Prochnow, who lived next door to
Let's talk about Judy Prochnow.
Yeah, so she also thinks that David Crowley is guilty. I spent 3 hours talking with her just to basically find out that she didn't know much more than any of us did. She only knew what people told her, and she was living right next door to David. She didn't talk with David more than maybe once, twice. She did not know him, but yet she came out trying to act like she did. Everything she was saying is second-hand information. It was not, the only thing from her that was firsthand was what she saw when she went over there and looked in the window of David Crowley's house. That's it.
Now, I would say about Judy, she was probably one of the first people that was interviewed on the news about the case, because she was the neighbor, and she discovered the bodies. So her face is on the news, right? Now we're finding out that Eric Nelson, within a couple of days after the death of the family was announced, meaning Eric saw these news things most likely, was contacting friends, family, anybody close to David and planning this documentary. So he's spinning his narrative from the beginning, which would make sense why Sean is trying to shut everybody up and silence them, because they're creating a story. And it would also make sense that if somebody like Sean or Eric or somebody else saw Judy in the news, got a hold of her early on. I mean, she's really effective. She discovered the body. She's the neighbor. She says something, a lot of people are going to believe her. Somebody could have got a hold of her right away.
Given her, slipped her a cool $10,000-$20,000 to support the narrative.
That's a good
right in time for the holidays.
Yeah, because she was nice to me. I thought we had a really good talk. So, and that was another person I was able to sit there for 3 hours with. We could disagree on just about everything and just let the people decide whatever they thought was true. I don't think Sean Wright knows how to do that. I think for him it's either my way or it's nothing, or there's something wrong with you. And it's like, well, you know what? This isn't about me. This isn't about you. This is about one simple question that you can't ask. And that's why you lose. That's why you continually lose, because you're holding on to something that is not there. You're holding on to a theory, and you're trying to pass it as fact, and it's not going to happen.
Even more so, this is about the truth. Bottom line, what really happened.
That's it.
I think it's interesting with Sean, too. So if Sean really was one of the last people to see David alive, it's interesting that he had this inactive Twitter account. He hadn't used it for years. And then spontaneously on December 24th, he posts a picture of a Christmas tree and then never posts again on that account. I mean, that's just to me is bizarre. Why do you feel the need to post a dated Twitter account showing where you are when you're one of the last people to see David alive?
Another good point. Well, full of great points, Jane. Great meeting you. Do you guys want to add some more things? Or I mean, it's 10 after 10 now. He's at over an hour. He's not going to show up, I don't think. But I think we've educated people a lot more on David Crowley, as Greg always does, and now Jane is doing the same. You even brought up more questions in my head than I already had, and I was already convinced, like the mind control aspect, like the fact that the letter might not have even been written in his handwriting. Yeah, like the fact that the dog food was sitting there unopened. The dog didn't even try to get into his own dog food. Decided to eat
that whole dog food.
Decided to eat the family instead. That's just that sealed the deal for me when I saw those pictures.
Yeah, somebody posted that, and that's why it's so important to get so many different people to look at these crime scene photos, because I had seen those crime scene photos many times and completely missed that. And somebody saw it once and was like, oh, wait a minute. Now, there is one strange thing that we do need to, I hope that we can talk about that, is the Bohemian Grove statue inside of David's house. I've been trying to figure out why he had that there. Okay. I'm seriously investigating the possibility of demons involved in this case. And I know that sounds crazy, but when you consider everything else, it's not so crazy.
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, this is a battle between spiritual warfare that we have going on right now on many fronts. I mean, good versus evil. That's I agree with you.
Yeah, so, I mean, I've been looking at that, and I think this new documentary kind of goes there. I don't know if it's goading people like me, if it's trying to create some bait on a hook that I might follow and try to create this theory. Okay, this is what happened. David was killed by demons. The demons got him, and blah, 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 which I'm not going to do. I'm not that stupid, you know, but I am looking at the proof. And from what certain people have told me, that David did dabble into the satanic stuff. So I do have...
Sure, and we both... but Jane can probably concur with us that in this, when we're seeking truth, it's shocking to you. And personally myself, I've seen lots of people go off the deep end and lose their shit, lose their spouses, lose their mind because of where this brings you. So we certainly are not ruling out that this may have went down somewhat the way they said, but we're still waiting to find the facts out about it. But yeah, that's another great point you just brought up, Greg.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
And I think you can't overrule either that many of the people in the team and around David were dabbling in occult and spiritual stuff. And then early on the Justice page, you had somebody that was basically trolling the page, and in her profile picture was actually witchcraft paraphernalia. And there's a skull and a candle and a couple other things. So there could have been influences too around him that led him down that road.
That's true.
But the main problem that I have with this whole deal is that, much like Sandy Hook, everybody was declared dead, and it was a murder-suicide right out the bat. Bang. That's just the way it is. And anyone who tries to debate that is demonized.
Yeah, and when you think about the fact that what Colin Prochnow saw, what he first said about seeing did he say mannequins? Or statue. He said something like that.
Yeah,
that bodies did not look like bodies.
Statues.
Gotta find the quote.
Yep.
I thought he said dummies.
Dummies, right?
Dummies.
This is Kat, by the way.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Thanks for.
Is there a new person in the chat?
Yeah.
Who do we have?
I'm Kat.
Hey, Kat.
Say that again.
Kat, K-A-T.
Oh, Kat. How you doing, Kat?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm real good. I've done several shows with Greg, and we always present lots of clear-cut evidence. But still, it always helps the case when the other person doesn't show up. Much like a defendant or a witness in a court case, if they don't show up, the case gets dismissed. And that's. But I assume, Kat, that you're on here because you have some thoughts about the subject of David Crowley and Gray State. And we're live on YouTube also on Spitfire, Sentinel Eric Spitfire.
Oh, I have lots of thoughts, but what you guys were talking about the Healing Grove statue. My first thought was maybe that it could have been used maybe as a prop to begin with, and maybe that he started looking into it. I mean, he had all kinds of things all over his house, and who knows, what he had elsewhere.
Oh, so you're talking about the Bohemian Grove statue that David might have been using that as a prop. Maybe that was part of his movie or something.
Right.
Yeah.
To add into the movie, like to take angle shots with the camera from afar or something. I don't know. It was just an idea.
Well, imagine that, a bunch of Illuminati New World Order paraphernalia around while you're making a movie about the New World Order and the Illuminati, right?
Yeah. Right.
Like the House of Cards, right? Where they talk about all that.
That was my first thought on it.
Grove stuff. Well, that would also raise questions about this whole film, too, about where David was heading with it, I guess.
Well, it depends on which version, I guess. Mm-hmm. We don't know what his revised version was going to include anymore.
Right, so they were going to make it into a TV series. That was the last that we heard, and Dan Hannon can probably back us up on that. He's also on here too.
Right.
So, Kat, what's your view on this whole thing?
On the whole case per se?
Yeah.
Well, my personal opinion is that due to the fact that David was going another route with everything, cutting those people out because he didn't trust them anymore, and they stood to lose money or status or whatever once he cut them out of it, that because of their actions and their words after his death, I think that they were involved in getting rid of him.
But why? I mean, wouldn't that make them look bad? Wouldn't that make them... I mean...
I don't see how it would make them look bad because look now.
Yeah.
It was just ruled a murder-suicide and nobody gave any thought to the production end of all of it. All they thought was, the guy went crazy and killed his wife and daughter and himself.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys have started out with, when you came on, Kat, with about the ending of the story, and I'm screen sharing it right now. 5 days later, on January 20th, 2014, the story had completely changed. After 2 years of trying to extract the Gray State story, I think I finally may have done it. The story has completely changed. It is working beautifully, and the new outline was completed in only the last 3 days. With this new story, it will not be hard to attract funding. And then the following day, David Crowley explained he had rediscovered Gray State's ending. It's a strange experience, finally feeling genuine love for characters I've created. The most painful part of writing, the conflict for these people who are precious to me, is that I must now torture them, punish them, and drag them through the dirt to reveal their essence of form. Yesterday morning, I rediscovered Gray State's ending, and the final feeling captured was of such gentle sadness, I've been stuck in it ever since. What is he saying in this statement?
When you read Death of a Dystopian, it describes how David brought this film to a script consultant. And apparently in the original Gray State, the main character died. and she felt that he needed to change that ending and keep the character alive. It also says that there were too many characters and that the film was too detailed. So I think some of this rewriting is, his personal process, but he's also getting professional feedback on what he needed to do with the film.
Mm.
So he was very serious about this.
Well, at the end, and you can spin it to say that he's making a euphemism here, because the most painful part of writing the conflict for these people who are precious to me is that I must now torture them, punish them, drag them through the dirt to reveal their essence of form. You might be able to kind of think that maybe he's talking about some of those people around him who he was pulling away from, as we did see towards the end of this family's life. They pulled away from all these people, and perhaps the characters who he's speaking of may have been people that actually lived very close to him or were friends with him. Maybe he was saying it in the statement. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I found this on your page, Greg, a few days ago, and I found it very enlightening and very maybe using a code, because I believe maybe he was talking about some of these people that are trying to support the original narrative. And he found out about them. He drew into this little circle, drew away from all of them, and then they ended him. What do you think?
It sounds like, what do they say? Life imitating art, or art imitating?
Right. Just, this is amazing to me. Every time I go to Justice for David Crowley and Family, is that an open group on Facebook? Justice for David Crowley and Family.
Was created by Dan Hennon.
And can anyone go there and join up if they would like to learn the truth?
Can try, yes.
But they're allowed to comment. I know with the Sandy hoax page, we have it limited to, well, it's not my page, but it's limited to a very small amount of people. They really don't want to go over 2,000, because then you invite in a bunch of unsavory characters if you just open it up. My opinion, you should have as many people on that page as possible, and then you can beat them out. But, who am I to, I understand how that goes. On this page in particular, is anybody who just wants to seek the truth allowed to join?
Yes.
So I would urge everybody to come here and look at this amazing story and what's going on. And then when Greg's ready, Greg, we gave him almost an hour and a half now, didn't we? When Greg's ready to sign off, then I will play the original trailer for Gray State, and then I took it and I put some different music to it, and we'll see how that works out. Hopefully I won't get a freaking strike because of it. But Kat, you just joined us, and Sean didn't show up, but I'm sure you thought that was going to happen.
Surprise.
That was like an afterthought. I got home from work tonight, and about 25 minutes before the show, I sent a message to Greg, and I said, "Are we still on?" I was still going, because I figured he wasn't showing up. But then I thought again. I'm like, man, I've done so many shows exposing Gray State. I want to set this up. I'm going to live stream it, because it is important for people to come here and check the story out. Because the more things that we have against this deep state, the more BS, the more lies, the better. What do you think?
Right. Well, as many people's opinions or bringing up points, I think the better. The more, the better.
Mm.
Absolutely.
Mm. Greg, do you want to keep going?
Yeah.
Do you keep going?
Oh, no. What I was saying is, like, different people's view of looking at the crime scene photos. Like, there's things that, like what Greg was saying, you look at them and you look at them and you look at them, but you still miss things here and there. And
right, like the big bag of dog food that was sitting there that the dog didn't decide to chew on through the bag to get to its food.
A bag of
ridiculous to chew through its owners. And
yeah, so the more new eyes to look at the situation or the case, I think the better, because it does need a new set of eyes, and it does bring out new points. And I mean,
wouldn't the toilet be completely devoid of water? Wouldn't the dog, after 2 weeks, think about a dog lapping up water. Wouldn't that toilet bowl be just empty? Or did the dog flush the toilet too? Where else is it going to get water from?
He lifted.
Well, and that was my point. If, because I had mentioned to Greg a while back, unless the toilet tank seal had a leak and was filling up that bowl, the only water that had ever been in that bowl was whatever was in it after it had been flushed, how long ever before the dog had been drinking out of it.
I love that you brought that up, though, Kat, because again, that's the kind of truth seekers we are. There is, it could have had a leak or a seal break where it could have been filling up water. Therefore, that would be debunked. And we're all for people coming on and bringing things like that up. Unfortunately, they never can. So basically, what I'm saying is that we're the type of truth seekers that actually we're giving you information to use against us, and you're still not using it. Ridiculous. Right. Apologize. Just that. I like that you brought that up, that there could be an alternative for that, too.
Yep.
And maybe she was putting, or maybe Kamel had been putting the dog's water dish in the dishwasher to run it through, because, I mean, I clean my dog's bowls, regularly, and maybe that had been one of the things that was in the dishwasher that she was going to run at the time. So I don't know.
That shows that you're genuine, though. I like you bring that stuff up. It's important to be genuine when we do this.
Yep.
I think didn't Dan post pictures of the toilets on the Justice page, and one of them obviously wasn't flushed, and there was another toilet, I think, with the lid closed.
Yeah, there were 3 total. There was only one that had the lid closed. Now, the 2 that had the lid set upright, if you look at the toilet seat, it looks very, very clean. I mean, almost too clean. And if you look at the toilet lid, it looks like it was wiped up, like there was something that was actually wiped off there. But both toilets...
I remember going through those pictures with you, Greg.
Right, yeah. Yeah, and that was back when they only gave us 2. Dan Hennon put in a second request and was able to get the photo of that 3rd toilet, because that's what we wanted to see. How much water is in there? How much water was in those toilets? Because that was probably the only source of water that this dog had. Now, for the dog bowls, it's also possible that there are dog bowls there, and we just did not get photos of them.
Yeah, but for almost 3 weeks of water. I mean, again, I own 2 dogs. Now, they're bigger dogs, but, I mean, they go through 2 or 3 water bowls in 6 hours here. That water's gone. If you don't fill it back up the next day, there's no water in those bowls anymore.
Right, and those toilets look too clean, and I don't see any proof that the dog even tried to get into those toilets. You would see dog hair. You'd see something, I would think, but...
Which station were we on when we did those? Did we do a 2 or 3-part series?
3.
Was it on the Eric Spitfire channel, this one, or the main channel? Spitfires. Oh, the Eric Spitfire channel. I think it was, because I think the other one was shut down again because we were talking about too much truth. Every single time my station gets shut down, it's the same damn thing. It's Sandy Hook. Sandy Hook, every time.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Well, and then you would think, too, if the dog really is eating off the bodies, he would probably be throwing up bone piles and debris, right? So he would probably need more water. He would probably be more dehydrated.
Absolutely. Well, he knew how to turn the water faucet on, is what they're now saying. No, I'm kidding. Apple Valley police have stated that the dog had been taught to turn on the water faucet and flush the toilet.
Wow.
It's just ridiculous.
Right.
Ridiculous. Well, and that photo of the dog food, I'm also thinking that was not probably part of the 464 photos that we first got. I think that photo was part of Dan Hannon's second set of photos.
Yeah, we never went over that in the three-parter. We never went over it. And for anybody who is new tuning in or sees this video, you can go back to the Eric Spitfire channel or Spitfire Center, whichever one was actually active at the time, because Lenny Posner didn't shut it down, and see these crime scene photos. But I had never seen the one that I've seen recently with the dog food bag unopened, like the dog is going to eat its owners before it's going to eat the damn dog food.
Right.
My God, it's ridiculous.
Well, and it's also the parts that the dog ate. So all of the missing body parts, right? We're talking about one of David's hands, his right hand, that the weapon was in. We're talking about both of his wife's hands, and we're talking about the daughter, her whole arm, and then most of their skulls. So in three weeks, that's what the dog ate. That's what they're telling us.
And we're supposed to believe that ripping through flesh is a better option for a dog, which knows where his dog food is, knows what bag it comes in, sees them pouring the dog food out of that bag every damn day, twice, 3 times a day, is going to eat their owners before they're going to try to tear through the bag to get their dog food. Give me a break.
Yeah.
That was the stealer to me. I told you, Greg. That was it right there.
Oh, yeah.
And as a dog owner, knowing that my dogs have tried to rip through their dog food before and have successfully ripped into their dog food bag. They would do that before they would try to eat me.
Yeah, and how easy would that have been for the cops to do a couple dog feces samples and prove it?
Mm-hmm.
Another question that I had, and we'll never know because you'll never get those pictures, or the ME report, probably. But, okay, if you are shot point blank, back of the head with a 40 cal bullets, isn't it going to blow the whole front of your face away? I mean, isn't it safe to say that that's probably what happened to their faces?
And that could be why most of their skulls are missing.
Right.
Yeah. Yep, I'm with you on that. The problem is the lack of blood then.
Exactly.
Right. So, and if
your body's still going to pump out that blood until your heart is pumping, which it's not going to all of a sudden stop the second that you get shot in the head. You know, it's still going to pump for, I don't know, however long, but, you know, it's still going to be pumping out the blood.
Right. So if the wife and the daughter were watching something on that Surface Pro laptop and David walked up behind them and shot them, wouldn't there be more blood on the laptop?
I guess I would think so, but because of where it was found next to the couch, closed, and it only has spatter, and I would assume it'd be brain spatter or whatever, on there that I could see from the photos. I mean, it just doesn't make sense of how it was sitting up against the couch closed.
I think Dan Hannon was saying that the dog could have made it 3 to 5 days off of the water from one toilet. So I know a lot of people have a lot of different theories about the dog, and that's one of the things that the Gray State team and the police don't really bring up. They don't bring up that dog because that dog helps us track what happened. It gives us a clear time frame of what happened when, and yet that's one of the things that they don't talk about, and that just raises a a lot more questions.
Right. I had told you before about that I had helped out in the animal shelter here and took care of animals. And I know that dogs that were taken away from a bad situation or, you know, apparently this dog was scared. And so maybe he, you know, hid downstairs for a while and was scared and hiding, so he wouldn't drink as much as you would think he would drink. But then we don't know anything to this point because they never gave us anything about the dog and probably never examined the dog.
Oh, and they never show up to debate us either.
Right, they could tell from they could have done blood work and checked his kidney function, you know, all of those things. Because when animals are brought in from abuse and neglect situation and they're taken to the vet to be checked over, they can tell, you know, oh, this dog hasn't had, you know, proper water because his kidneys are shutting down, blah, blah, blah. We will probably never know. And the dog is very much a key to all of this. You know, his skin, his hair, you could tell if he was malnourished or things just by those things, his appearance. We don't know, you know, the picture that they show of David's brother visiting Paleo at the animal shelter or the dog pound. We don't know when that was taken for sure, how long after the dog was found in the house. You know, we don't know what the dog actually looked like.
Yeah, I'm going to guess on that, and I'm going to say maybe a week after. Again,
so,
I'm just guessing.
Right, and so dogs that have been starved, it only takes a few days of feeding them a certain amount at a time on a certain schedule for them to start looking better even after a week.
Interesting. Okay. Now, if the dog was eating flesh and, you know, eating blood and all that, wouldn't that be stained on the dog's face? So the police could be able to quickly determine that the dog had eaten these bodies.
Well, I would think it wouldn't be stained like a stain in our clothes, because my dogs have gotten into things, and I've given them fresh meat bones and such, and when they have gotten it on, you know, their face and their paws, they lick it clean and they're done. So depending on how long after the last time that he was eating the flesh or bones, from the time they found him, he could have cleaned himself up.
Interesting. Okay, that's very good to know. That was one of my bigger questions. Okay.
And looking at the feces pictures and that are posted, I mean, I blew them up and was looking for bone fragments or stuff like that, and I mean, you're going to see it. And he was a small dog. I have labs, so my dogs are different. They have bigger piles of feces, but you can see, you know, whether there's hair or bone or stuffing from the stuffed animal that he tore up, you know, that type of stuff. You can see that in there, but I didn't see any in the pictures where it showed the dog feces. At least not on the surface when you're looking at it.
It's another great point. That was always one of the biggest questions, was the dog, and yeah, so.
And unfortunately, I'm sure that dog seen horrible things, but we'll never know. Yeah.
Yeah, and there was also a couple things that I read that said that David tried to shoot at the dog, that David did try to kill the dog, but couldn't. And it's like, how do you know that? Why would you even say that? Why would you even go there and just say, well, okay, David did this to the dog or whatever? Like, come on. Like, okay, so what they're saying, and the reason why they say that was based on like bullet holes and this and that, but yet they missed a bullet hole above their head. I find that there's just something very, very strange here. It
right.
does not make sense to me.
Right.
It's very clear that when the cops were there on that day, that they looked down because they took several photos of a bullet that was lodged into the basement wall. Yet they did not look up in the living room and see a bullet hole right above their heads in the living room ceiling. That is impossible. I just find that impossible. And for anybody who thinks that David Crowley is guilty, I have to ask you, how do you account for that? Why would police miss that? And if they miss that, if they miss a bullet hole in the living room ceiling, what else could they have possibly missed?
Right, because when I was looking at them and I noticed that they took several angle pictures of all the different areas with all the different types of blood spatter on them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, why would you not look above you to see if there was any on the ceiling? If you did, you would have known that bullet hole was there.
Right. And if that's the bullet hole that led to the bullet that David Crowley shot himself with, well then why were they starting with the theory that David Crowley killed himself when they didn't even know about this bullet hole that led to the bullet that David Crowley killed himself with? Now,
exactly.
The important thing about that bullet hole is the trajectory, because I'm still trying to work out where that, where it entered into the ceiling. There's still some questions that I have there, which is why it's great to have so many people looking at this, and not looking at this to help me prove anything or to be on my side, because I don't have any side. And I think most people that are looking at this don't really have any side. But people like Sean Wright try to get us to choose some side. They try to get us to think, well, you have to have some type of a theory. But it's like, no, we don't have to have any theory. We have the questions. You don't have the answers. And that's probably another reason why Sean Wright did not show up here tonight, because he doesn't have any answers. Because he wasn't there. The only people that were there were the people that were involved in this crime. And if Sean Wright says he wasn't there, then he doesn't know what happened. He has no idea.
That is very true. That just leaves so many open ends. I mean, I just don't understand how, and even Dan had brought up the point about the handwriting analysis was refused. Why would you refuse them to do the handwriting analysis? Because there are so many questions on the way David wrote, the way Kamel wrote, but there's notes jotted down here and there that aren't the normal way that they wrote things, which leads me to believe that whoever else was there and involved in this had tried to write things down to make it look like David or Kamel had written them, when clearly there are questions of, okay, well, he always writes this way, and she always wrote this way. But, I mean, why not have the analysis done? It was included in the investigation, apparently.
Yeah.
And they just didn't want it to happen.
Yep, they had asked for it. I forget which detective had asked, or somebody had asked for it, and they were like, "No, we don't need to do that." Why not? Wouldn't that help prove your case?
Exactly.
Now, if it helps disprove your case, then I could see why you wouldn't want that in there.
Which I'm sure it would have, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, it was like they wanted to just get this case over with and just move on. But they knew. They also knew that there would be so many people asking these questions. Now, I often wonder, was that part of this? If this is a psyop, then I wonder if that was also part of it, for them to go with that government theory, so that then they could say pretty much the same thing we're saying now. Well, if you can prove it, then do it. If you can't, then it's just theory. The same way that I don't think anybody can prove that this is a government hit, it's the same way, because people cannot prove that David Crowley is guilty. Now, we can say, this is my theory based on ABCD, and when you look at those theories, I can see why some people would think that, at some level, somebody within the government or within the intelligence or somewhere in Black Ops or something like that, why they would have killed David Crowley. That doesn't make it true. But I'm trying to also think, okay, well, why would somebody think that David Crowley is guilty? I can't find the evidence. I can't find anything. And I'm going to keep looking for it. But I don't think it's out there.
I think there's a lot of things being withheld. I think there are still many, many more pictures being withheld. And where is the actual rest of this report?
Yeah.
Right. And I mean, the initial police report is the only thing that you guys received.
Yeah.
That isn't a full investigative report, because BCA should have their own investigation report to go with that. And to my knowledge, you guys don't have that, right?
No, we don't. But I would love
that would have been,
how we get that.
Right. That would have been what gave us more information, that we have no clue where it's at, because it wasn't included in that initial police report.
Yeah. There was no reason for that. There was a lot of...
And I don't know, like I said, I'm going to talk to a few people and see maybe how to go about trying to get that stuff. But I'm going to assume that all those things are being withheld because, that maybe the answers to the questions we're looking for are in there, but they don't want us to know, because they wanted to go with the... this was the result of their investigation. This is how they're ruling it, and end of story.
Yep.
Well, I'll keep you posted on that stuff, and I'm going to let you guys go, and everybody have a good holiday.
Hey, are you still there? Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And
yeah, no problem.
I hope you have a very Merry Christmas, even though I guess we can't say Christmas nowadays.
Yeah, right? You're not supposed to say Merry Christmas either. Why, I don't know. I just don't understand it. But anyways. But have a good night, and I will be talking to you again.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Bye. Goodbye.
Bye now. Well, we're still here. Almost 2 hours in. Still no Sean Wright. I know, I don't know if anybody else is going to be here, or I think Eric had another technical difficulty. We'll see if he can join us. Come back in.
Hello, Greg.
Hey, Dan, how are you?
Good, good. It just was,
You've been listening for a while.
We're listening to the last few minutes here. I didn't have much time here, but I joined in late. I see Sean didn't make it. Have we heard about his girlfriend? Is he still dating Lee Ray Anderson?
You know, I haven't heard anything about her. She hasn't posted, or I think she posted right before the documentary came out. But no, I haven't heard anything from her. And I would say compared to the things that Sean Wright said, she's been very, very nice. But of course, that's maybe not the best comparison.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It just seems like she hasn't posted in a while, and was pretty frequent to put her information out there. And since Sean has been very, I would say, violent with his temperament recently, it almost seems like there was a bad breakup or something to that effect, and maybe someone else can call in or join to see if that's true or not, because I know Sean's been sober since 2007, and I'm just hoping he's not off the wagon or anything like that with his comments, because she told me just on some instant messages that he's really gotten his act together and cleaned up in his life and straightened things up, and but this last week's outbursts, I'm just hoping all things are well with him on that front, but we haven't heard from anybody, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm too. I mean, I just pray for him. That's all that I can do. And he can bash Jesus Christ and he can bash us, but he's still a person. He's still another human being. We don't wish any ill will towards him, even though he might wish some towards us. We're not trying to bring people down. We're actually trying to just kind of lift people up and just say, you know what, like, it's okay to agree to disagree, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
Correct.
I don't know. Yeah, this last week was very just strange. I would say it's very strange. The way that Sean Wright acted was very, very strange. And it didn't seem like, it was very inconsistent too, some of the things he was saying. Yeah, I never found a consistency in these things that he was doing. It was always, just not only the violent behavior towards me, I guess, but also just, the cussing and yelling and all that stuff. It was just like, why? There was no point to it. We were just trying to just, okay. Like I said, he contacted me. He wanted to debate me after I put this out there saying that I would debate anybody. And he said, okay. And then he didn't show up. So.
Yeah, it says here in my notes, I'm going back and looking that, she started dating him, this is LeRae, back in 2012. So we're in 2017 now. If they are still together, that's 5 years in. Boy, I just don't know if something happened or not, because that lengthy message she wrote, essentially that he spammed, several people reported it as spam on the Justice for David Crowley and of Gray State. And so as an admin, I log in one morning and I see the there's six posts of messages of spam reported that I had reviewed. They're all his that other people had reported. So
can you?
He not only posted that on. He not only posted that just on one site in in response to something that I wrote, but he copied and pasted that on 5 or 6 other threads on that Justice page alone, and then posted it on the Justice for David Crowley and Family page, and then it sounds like that he had pasted it in some instant messages as well to some folks. So he just really spammed the heck out of that thing, and he put his own name on it and signed off on it and everything. So the first one that I saw was at 5:30 in the morning. So the first thing I thought of was, he was up late, and I hope he just didn't spam that out and then regret it the next morning if he wasn't aware of what he was doing. But it was very poorly done. But who knows?
So I have Sean Wright blocked. So I didn't know about any of this. I didn't hear about any of this. So can you kind of tell us how this all happened, what Sean Wright said, and we can put those screenshots up there too, so people can see some of these ramblings that just do not make sense to me. It was very strange.
Spoiler alert!
Let's see. His first post was directly to the admin on the page at Justice for David Crowley of Gray State. So I saw that first in my inbox as an instant message. That's how I first saw it. And then he started he must have had it pasted or copied, and then went to various posts that were getting airtime on the Facebook page, and it just pasted as comments on the threads. And I know you're not too active on that other Justice for the Gray State page, and that's when I emailed you that afternoon and said, Sean's really been pasting a lot of stuff on the comments, and you said you were unaware of it at that point. I said, well, check it out when you get a chance. And that was that day that.
Which I couldn't see. It was only after people started posting the screenshots that I could actually see what Sean.
Yeah, that's the first time you saw it. Yeah, that's correct. And mine, of course, even if I wanted to write back, it shows up as Facebook user unknown, and you can no longer respond to this message. So right away when he posted to the inbox, he blocks himself and then leaves the page. So I can't even respond, to him or to it or to the message or anything. But that's how people started, screenshotting it when he started making the lengthy posts.
Yeah, he brought up that one thing about Chris Peck. I mean, he brought it up like he was proud of it, like he was proud that they were able to get Chris Peck into your house without you knowing it. To me, it's like that's something very shameful, very shady, very shady.
Very, you're right, embarrassing even to admit that.
Very embarrassing, because how are you going to sit here and say that you're all about truth and you know the truth, and then you're doing these things that have nothing to do with truth? All of these games. So
correct. I'm gonna try to find that thing now.
And talking about my family and talking about that is one thing. Telling lies is a whole different thing. So, yeah, that's not cool, man. That's not cool, because it's not about me. It's not about my family. And I can tell you everything that he said about my family is wrong. But he's free to keep saying it. The problem is the truth is not with him. The truth is not on his side. All of those things, all those sexual things, just all those just stupid things that a normal human being should not say, it does make you kind of hope that Sean Wright is okay, that he's mentally okay, that he's not going through some relapse or something like that.
He does mention in the note that he says, quote, just on the admission alone by Greg on December 13th, 2017, saying that he has not yet seen, quote, a gray state, unquote, is means for me not debating any of you. Yes, I swear, and yes, I may be hot-headed at times, because I'm Sean motherfucking right. And that is due to my passion and love of my friends and family. So he heard that you had said that you had not yet seen the movie, and basically says, if that's the case, I'm not debating any of you. So he sounds like he's not interested in debating, but he did respond back and talk to you, call you or whatever. Did he call you or text you?
Both.
That he actually did want to debate. So that's where I'm confused.
Yeah. First he sent me several texts, which I have posted on the Facebook group. There's probably more after that I need to post. But I did get to the point where I just had to block him. Had to block him from calling me because, we're not in the 6th grade, you know what I mean? We're not kids who are just going to yell and scream and all that. I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to do that. So, he just,
Thanksgiving.
It just seemed like he was just, he was just trying to get me riled up so that I would.
He was trying to, hoping that you would engage, I think is what he wanted.
Yeah. Basically.
He even goes after Mike Pachesney.
Yeah, that was too. I thought that was a little strange.
He said, quote, if Gray State happens or not, it will not be because 40 people on a Facebook page. You are all nothing. You cunts just don't get it. So I don't get that.
Yeah, I don't even know if he gets that, really.
40 people on a page. There's 1,200 on the one page and 7,900 on the other. That's about 10,000 folks together.
I think he's very active. I mean, Dan, you were so tolerant of people and really close to a
we all are. You're an inspiration.
You let people say whatever they wanted to say in the group. He was very, very tolerant.
She was 8, a little Girl Scout
I think up until one point where they're here to just spread hatred and start these problems. But they weren't there to really find out truth, and they weren't there to help us find truth.
Correct. Yeah, I did draw a lot of backlash for being too nice in those early weeks.
Yeah.
A lot of it's in messages by saying, what are you doing? You've got obvious disinfo, misinfo, shills, trolls, everything trolling the page, and you're letting them all in. And I basically responded by saying that, we'll let it go the first week or two, and then we'll go after these guys. And then it started. And then the bands started, I think, with Mr. Scott Wilson was the very first guy off the loop, right out of the gate. And then we ended up banning, I think, 25, 26 individuals over the course of the next week or two to just start cleaning house. But we left everyone in. It was wide open that first couple of weeks. And like I said, with you and I, this is not our first rodeo. Those following cases like this for the very first time are easily offended and highly offended at some of the stuff that goes on here when these people start coming out of the woodwork. But we've done this before. We've seen this before. We know the rules of engagement, and we figured this was coming down the pipe, and it did. And so we ended up cleaning it up later, but we let them have their fun at the beginning.
Yeah, and then we got all those little, there were people that would just post some weird spam, just porno spam, to basically try to get the Facebook shut down. That's what they wanted, and that's what they still want.
And all these instances like this where there's a crime committed or something and they want it shut down, the last thing that they're expecting is a group, a citizen group like this to come out and then keep pushing for the truth, going to keep pushing for honest answers, because they'll come out with such a force, and the newbies, for the newbies, they will cave, shut the page down after the threats come in, and after the instant messages come in, and the texts like I have received, and the typical person will shut it down and say, you know what, this just is not, this doesn't do it for me. This is not worth it. I got a life, I got an outside job and a family, I got to shut this thing down. And then that is the modus operandi. That's how they win. So by us digging our heels in and saying, no, we're not going to, that really throws it off on a tangent, because now what else do you have? And now you've got really nothing, and now you've basically pulled you've turned it back around on them, and it's showing who's got the real control, and it really freaks people out who are control freaks, because they can't handle it, and that's when they become aggressive.
Right.
And so I think it worked in this instance, in this case, because we had a real-time, event going on in real time on Facebook, on social media, that we basically exposed. And right when it got bad, the first things that come out is they want to take over and shut down the site, or they want to grant or request administrative rights to the page. And we saw that with Danny August Mason, Sean Wright himself, who was supposed to be on here tonight. Very first things that came out was those two requesting administrative rights to the page. They did it with the Justice for David Crowley of Gray State page, and the creator at the time, Thomas Lapp, who was the founder of that page, granted them. And it was only hours later that users were able to visibly see chunks of data, chunks of threads and comments removed and deleted off that page, before Thomas realized that he had been had, and it was all just a ruse to get the page. So when I said no to the administrative rights on my page, Justice for David Crowley and Family, that's what really set off the guys. Sean Wright in particular is when he contacted me, called me, and that's when the threats and everything began. And they just assumed that I would cave. Give them the rights, problem solved. Shut it down, delete the page. But nope, and now here we are. The good thing with this, for those of us fighting for truth and justice, is we're coming up now on 3 years later, and we've got a thriving Facebook page or pages, Twitter handles, and a very active YouTube with this case. It's very active in social media. So through all the ups and downs, we're still here battling it out.
Yep. Yeah, well, I think the smartest thing that Sean Wright has ever done is to not show up here. So Sean Wright definitely loses. This debate is over. I'm declaring victory here. And if Sean Wright wants to come back and debate at any time, I would ask him to contact the moderator, Eric Spitfire Wilkinson, because obviously I have blocked Sean Wright. I have blocked him, and I really don't want anything more to do with him unless he's willing to come here and debate me right here. I have nothing more I've given this guy every opportunity. I've given him every chance to just, you know what, share with the public your view. He loves to contact people privately. He loves to come talk to them privately. But he doesn't want to do it in some open forum like this.
No, he'll never do that.
You know, and at this new A Gray State documentary, they had a Q&A, right? They had this panel. That's like one of those panels where you have 4 or 5 people on there who all believe the same thing. Why didn't they have us on those panels? You know? They didn't want those views on.
No, they didn't want that. That would not go against the official narrative.
Right. The other thing that I just wanted to point out about when Sean Wright said that on December 13th, I made the statement that I hadn't seen A Gray State. I've been making that statement ever since I learned about this. It's been very clear. It's been public knowledge. For him to say that we saw this on December 13th is no, I've been saying that for a long time. I've never, there's never, you know, what I'm looking forward to is actually seeing it now and seeing if it does change my view on it. Because I'm going to be honest, and I'm going to be willing to say, I've seen these different things. Now I think David is guilty.
Your daughter? It's Claire. We need her to be. I don't want to be around something that I come on Bravo.
Maybe those 4 workers take shifts.
Showing what, or into thinking whatever they want me to think.
Yeah, and Greg, you're right on the money there too. Even with 2 weeks ago when Danny August Mason came on and started spewing his hate on the pages and then went away after one day, his first thing was he asked you and me both, have we seen the documentary? So that just goes to show how out of touch he was. You and I have both stated many times publicly that we have not seen the documentary. We're not really interested in actually seeing it, but we've also said that we haven't seen it, so it should not be news to anybody following this that we have not taken the time to watch this 93 minutes of strangeness is what I've heard it called. Very strange documentary, or even better yet, probably what you said was a sloppy-mentary.
Well, yeah, they also never talk about that our criticism is based on everything that we've read, based on the people that we've talked to who have seen this. These people who say, well, we have seen this, and this is why David Crowley is guilty. Then you actually read what they wrote, and you see they don't know anything either. They have no idea why David did what he did. They tried to tell us that this film, the only question it doesn't answer is why. That is a total lie. This film answers nothing. So the only thing that it really answers is that they have no answer. So, and that's just my criticism, and I would think yours too.
Maybe you are the one that is bothering me. How do you like
by people who have written things that have seen this and know why David Crowley did this. And they say they can't even prove it.
I know we gained a lot of new members after that first initial airing on A&E that night, on that Monday night, the 11th of December. And the people that joined were like, the whole movie was horribly awkward because it didn't really make sense. It didn't follow any path, and in fact, all it did was leave me, the viewer who watched it, with more questions, and that's how they stumbled upon. They came home then that very night and looked up the website and our pages, and then became, members and started following it because they knew it just didn't jive. It didn't sit well in their gut after watching that documentary. The pieces didn't add up as the recurring theme that I heard from folks who did see the documentary. The puzzle pieces did not fit.
Right. Heard the same thing.
Yep, it's true. Well, I got to jump off here, Greg, here in a few minutes. Glad I was able to join her the last few minutes. I was unable to meet Kat, and I know she's been posting a lot recently. So, Kat, if you're listening, good job, good work. You're asking good. What I like about these new folks that are on the group, Greg, is they're asking good questions. Yeah. That's a good sense of how open-minded or how they're really asking, what's the word? They don't have cognitive dissonance, it seems like, some of these new members on the group. They're open-minded, and they're actually having critical thinking by the questions they're asking. So it's good to see. It's a breath of fresh air to see open-minded individuals joining the group and asking questions. And we know there's a lot of lurkers out there also that aren't necessarily posting or making comments or adding to threads, but are taking this all in, and all of that is very good. We welcome all the new folks interested in the case.
That's right. That's right. And we'll keep on searching. We'll get there, man.
All right, Greg, I got to jump off.
All right.
Have a good weekend.
Shut this down too. You have a good weekend too. Merry Christmas.
Yes, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and may Jesus Christ be with you all. Thank you all for joining us. Shutting this down now. Talk to you later, Dan.
See ya. Hello, my name is Dan Hedden. I'm joined along tonight with Greg Fernandez Jr. and a special guest. Today is April 5th, 2018, and we'll be discussing the Crowley case from Minnesota with a special guest. We've got someone on the line who is joining us tonight named Russell, and his background is very, I'm enthused about his background because we haven't heard someone with this background on this case. Russell's got a BS in counseling psychology, an MA in human sciences with a concentration in psychology, a postgraduate diploma in forensic science, and completed a 2-year internship with the Criminal Investigative Division at a sheriff's department. He is also an affiliate member of the Academy of Behavioral Profilers. Welcome, Russell.
Thank you.
And Greg, welcome to you here. I have not yet said hello to you. I jumped right in with Russell.
That's okay.
I guess that's fine. I'm a little excited, but what we'll do here is we've got some time to chat. This is going to be published, and then we'll push this out on the Facebook pages and whatnot for people to listen to. But Russell, how did you get? What is your? I know I mentioned your background there, but if you can go on a little bit of what your background and what has brought you to this case here.
What brought me into this area? I started out in theology, so and that only lasted a semester. and so then I switched over to marriage and family counseling. That didn't last very long either. And just thinking about gerontology and stuff like that. And then faced with borderline personality lady while I was doing inpatient work. All these things led me not to go clinical psychology. And I just discovered I don't care. Put it point blank. I don't care about your mommy and daddy issues. That it wasn't for me. All I wanted to do was, put it very bluntly, hang them high through a legal process. If you want therapeutic help, and you're denied it, I'll be the first person that will advocate for you to get it, because I do believe every person, whether they're guilty or not guilty, has the right to good, competent therapy and a good, competent therapist. I just I just learned early on that was not for me. I could not give that to someone. So, and then also through my life, seeing how women and children were treated, I just thought that, a lot of people need a voice. And you need to speak for that voice, especially for those who can't or will not speak for themselves. So that's what prompted me to get into this area. Okay. I don't know. I work better if you ask me questions.
Oh, very good. Very good. What we'd like to start off with is, and we'd rather not call this an interview, but more or less just a talk or a discussion because someone with your caliber of background would really be beneficial for this case. We've been going around and round with this case. I created the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook page. Greg Fernandez here is one of the admins, and we like to start off by letting people know that we're not here to solve the case and put someone behind bars, but we're here to mainly just trying to look for the evidence of that David really did do this. So far, we haven't seen that. It appears to be a cover-up of some sort. We're not sure who. We're not sure who to point the fingers at. We're really not even interested in pointing the fingers at anyone, but nothing we see sheds any light on the fact that David Crowley did this to his wife Kamel and his daughter Rani. So we're looking to get some kind of background of that from your background. Have you seen have you gone through the crime scene photos and read through the police reports at all, Russell?
Yes, I have. I was given access to quite an extensive amount of paperwork that dealt with this case, and it only took me reading 3 pages before I stopped because I was thinking there's no sense in going any further because already I know there's something wrong.
Interesting.
So it only took me 3 pages out of all the extensive material I had, and that was even before I got to the pictures.
Really? So what document was this? Was this the police report?
It was the autopsy reports and the police reports. I don't know how you guys. To preface this, I'm not a politically correct person, so if I say anything that is whatever, please feel free to, edit or whatever. But I don't do politically correctness, so I'm not going to tiptoe around this.
That's very good. We like that. We encourage that. That's good.
And so, from the very first 3 pages. To say that the police case or the police work was inept would be a huge understatement. There are so many things that were not done right. There were the timeline is totally and completely there's something wrong with the timeline. I believe that if you had good forensic investigators, if you had good forensic entomologists, a forensic anthropologist, a good forensic pathologist, not a coroner, and not a regular medical examiner. And I think if you had people who really cared this, if it had ever gone to court, it wouldn't. The way it is now, it would not go to court because it's so inconsistent. It's just unbelievable. Especially with the timeline, I can't believe that they got away with as much as, and I'm not saying who they are, but it's got away with as much as it has. And I've never ever heard of somebody calling for a medical examiner and the medical examiner shows up 5+ hours later. That's no. I'm sorry. That's just no. That's all I can say. That's no. So that was the first thing that caught my eye with that there was something really, really wrong. And when you're reading over the police reports and you're trying to imagine what each of these individual characters or participants or actors in the story are doing, it does not make sense. You have somebody from next door calling, and and then you get the idea that it's the police who are taking the word of the person who's calling from next door. I've never heard of that, ever. There are things where people are saying that they looked through the window and they didn't see anything, but yet they see a dog. But yet when you look at the pictures, it's an indicator, a very clear indicator that there was never anything that ever looked out that window. So I'm looking at that, and it just from the get-go, it just didn't smell right. That's all. There was something's wrong.
Now, Russell, just if I can go back a second, I don't have a background in this, and neither does Greg's, and maybe you would agree, Greg, but what would be the time for that medical examiner to show up? You stated 5 hours is
that's and then it's not only for the time that they showed up, but it's the amount of time that they actually stayed.
Okay.
That's wrong, because now I'm not saying medical examiners have to show up on every case. They will send their deputy medical examiner, or they can send their investigators out. If the crime scene is not that questionable, or if the crime scene is not to such an extent as this one was evidencing. But with this type of crime scene, I think any forensic pathologist or any type of medical examiner that's worth half their weight would not take 5 hours. You go out, and the most crucial thing, time is your enemy. Okay? So from the time that this first word gets out, from the time the very first responding officer sees this type of crime scene, there's a couple things that's very, very crucial. One, you must always secure the crime scene to make sure that no one else is in jeopardy, no one else's life. The criminal, the perpetrators are not still at the scene. That's paramount. Nothing else matters. But once that's been established, then the crucial thing is a time factor. You're running against a time clock here. And the longer you allow something to sit out, the more chance that you have of the degradation of the evidence, the trace evidence, and everything else start to disappear or get corrupted, so you're running on a timeline. It's very crucial you get there as fast as you can, and it's extremely crucial that everything is left in situ. And what I mean by situ is as it was when the first, as possible, when the very first responder showed up. Everything has to be in situ. Then the medical examiner has to get there right away, because this is a multiple case where you have multiple decedents, and you don't know how they died at the point. And I would like to stress that emphatically. No one other than the medical examiner, and even after the medical examiner has investigated, looked at the bodies, done everything they can tell you what happened. No one. And anyone who sits there and says they walk in, and they say, oh yeah, we got a dead child here that's 5 years old, or we have this, this is suicide. They need to shut up, because they're part of the problem, not part of the solution. Okay? They do not have the training, they do not have the education, they do not have the experience to make such a statement. And I really would like to emphasize this, only the medical examiner, no one else, can tell you when to move the bodies, can tell the police when they can start investigating, can say anything about what may or may not have happened at that scene. And that's only after all the evidence is in, the autopsies have been done, all the tests have come back, trace evidence, toxicology, histology, entomology. I mean, all those tests that maybe need done until they all come back, because that all is added into a forensic examiner's report, and only after that report is done can the medical examiner state this is what the evidence is pointing to. So if that was done, and when I'm reading this report, all that was done way before the medical examiner even showed up. And then for them to sit there, the medical examiner apparently was called sometime around 5, somewhere between 3 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember the exact time. But then he doesn't show up until 11 something at night. So, and then the thing he leaves at 4 o'clock in the morning. I mean, I don't know about you. I've never heard of that. So if there's any questions right now before I continue, that would be great.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg. Do you have anything?
No, please keep on going.
Okay, so, and then the fact of the amount of time that was taken by the medical examiner once they did show up is a joke. It's a serious joke. With this type of crime scene, and the amount of decedents involved and all the different things that are in play, there's absolutely no way in my professional mind I can ever see any examiner coming there at the time they did and then around 4 o'clock in the morning leaving. That is unheard of. That's just unheard of. I can't say anything other than that because I will not ever get into speculation. I will not get into conjecture. So it's in my mind, it's no. Okay?
Now, Russell, I've got a question, Russell. With 3 decedents in a case like this, how long would it take for the case, for the scene to be cleared, and the professional cleaners to come in?
I would dare to say at a minimum of a day. The bare minimum of a day or 24 hours. I really cannot see it that the whole scene is secured. I'm talking about the scene. The police are never in control until I wish people would stop watching TV. The police are not in control. The only time they are in control is when the first responder gets there. He secures the house, makes sure that the perpetrators are not there. No one else's life is in danger. EMTs are not needed. Paramedics, they're not needed. I mean, but once that's been established, the crime scene, the entire crime scene is the sole authority of the medical examiner, not the police. The police have no jurisdiction. They have no say-so at all.
Can they take photos?
They can't do squat. And that's reality. The only people that can come in and take pictures is not the police. It would be the investigators from the medical examiner's office, your CSI type people. And only when the medical examiner tells them to. Okay, in doing a crime scene, this is the other thing I found that was totally done with ineptness, is that when you have a crime scene like this, unbeknownst to everyone else, the body, or bodies in this case, is the very last thing you look at. You don't approach them. Everything's done in a grid fashion. You do your investigation in a grid fashion, and in this case, you would do it in a circular grid fashion. Okay, you start from the furthest point from where the bodies are at, and you do your investigation, and you work your investigation in a circular grid that will lead to the bodies. So you start from the outside, the police, the investigators, they look for everything on the outside, and you limit. It is very crucial that, and this is something I noticed, it's very crucial that you limit the amount of access to the crime scene. And that means if you're a policeman, you don't need to be there, you're not supposed to be there. You could be sitting outside or standing outside, secure the perimeter or whatever, but you do not have no one go into that crime scene. No one. You limit the amount of people that go into that crime scene, and if you have to have someone go into the crime scene, you always have to have a person that stands outside, that takes the names of everyone who goes in and goes out, and everyone who goes in, they follow a very certain pathway that's already been pre-established. You do not walk around willy-nilly. It's a predetermined pathway that each one egresses and regresses. You go in, you go out the same way, and you limit the amount of things. And this is why the time frame is ridiculous, because it takes hours. In most cases that were even more simpler than this, it could take hours before you ever get to the body. So you look outside, you go inside, and you're taking pictures, and all that kind of good stuff. You're doing that, and finally, then and during this time, the only person that is allowed to even approach the decedents before any of this is finished is the medical examiner, because they control the scene. Not the police, not the CSI techs, none of those people. The medical examiner has absolute authority. They go in, and they're the only ones that can walk up to that scene. They're not followed by policemen. They're not followed unless the medical examiner requests his techs to come in and do whatever because the medical examiner has absolute authority. Whatever the medical examiner wants, then those people come in. But only when the medical examiner is done with the body will he release the crime scene to the police. That's when the police come in, and then they can start doing their fingerprinting and their picture taking, because all the pictures of the scenes should have already been taken by the crime scene techs upon the orders of the medical examiner. And I didn't see that. I saw this thing was, according to what I read, it was rushed. And that's a huge understatement. It was rushed. And so if there's any other questions, because it's not something like TV. It's not a matter you go in and all of a sudden the case is solved, and 30 minutes later the crime scene's closed, and the medical examiner has the body in the autopsy room and he's doing the autopsy already. That's not reality. That's TV. It takes hours. And from the time the medical examiner was supposedly have gotten there, only 4 hours? I mean, give me a break. No.
Now, also from a law enforcement perspective, the first press releases we saw was the same night was a press release saying bodies were found in a home and it's being investigated. The next night, I think it was this, Greg, suspicious activities, suspicious, 3 bodies are found. On the second day, it was murder, double murder, suicide, most likely killed himself, and the public is not at threat, in danger of a killer on the loose. And then the very next day, it was, yes, a double murder followed by a suicide, and tests will be done and months will be taken months before the forensics will be done, but really that's the case. It was all basically wrapped up in a nice bow 48 hours after the fact. Is that normal for that?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like that?
The response or the news in this person's or this professional person's way of thinking was unprofessional and should never have happened. You cannot, within that short period of time, say, oh, we have a suicide, because that's irresponsible, because there is no way in the world, none, that you can walk in to a crime scene such as this and say, oh, it's a homicide suicide. No, that's a matter of, that shows me that there's a possible or plausible indication that it's being rushed or covered up. You can't. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. Point blank. You cannot. If you were any person that had any credibility, or you were worthy or mustard or whatever, I'm sorry, you should not. The medical examiner should have spoke up right away and went to the police and said, excuse me, you cannot put that information out there.
Now, a lot of people watching this case also think that perhaps it was small town cops, not familiar with this. This Apple Valley is the city of population's over 50,000. It's a good sized city. It's a good, it's fairly good size, but very good, from what I've heard, good detectives, good law enforcement, and very bright people on that staff. Now, later that year, when the investigation was concluded, the detective staff won the Law Enforcement of the Year award for the Apple Valley Police Department, and two people handling the case were the Officers of the Year for all their work they've done on this case. Would that be something that's plausible for the efforts like this to be rewarded?
No.
Or what's your thought?
It should have never happened. Why should someone get congratulated over a job that was completely inept? Procedure that was not followed. And the fact that you may be this is not Redondo Beach, this is not La Jolla, this is not the Hamptons. It shouldn't happen this way anywhere. And to say that, oh, well, maybe they're small town, because I know about Apple Valley. I've lived in Minnesota. I've worked in Minneapolis before. So, I know about Minnesota. And I know where Apple Valley is. And I can see it as clear as day in my head. And there's no excuse for this. I'm sorry, to sit there and say, well, they didn't know, or maybe they didn't do this, or maybe they didn't do that. I'm going to be very blunt and say BS. And no. When it comes to forensics, for me, it's either you know what you're doing or you don't.
Yeah,
there is no in between.
And after looking at some of this, I've made this comment before, and I've often gotten chastised for it. I said there's really only two conclusions. The law enforcement was compromised here to do something that they didn't want, or they were just inept at the entire process. That's really all that I can see coming forth from the things that I've read and the pictures that I've seen in the police reports. And I don't believe that inept, but this was horrendously done. It only leads one to conclude that someone was compromised along the way here by higher ups somewhere.
I don't know about higher up, but I will have to say that you're not alone in that opinion. I mean, a blind man could look at this case and know that it was not done according to procedure. It was not. And the fact that, and I have to touch on a very, very serious point here that I think everyone is overlooking. Like I have stated before, everyone always wants to ask why. Why? And I learned this the hard way in studying and and coming up and through what my experience and the things that I was involved in, the one question everybody wants to ask is why. That's the wrong question. The why is the given. The why, it's the how. The how is what's important. The how is going to tell you. The how will bring justification to the why. It's like people say, well, how can there be all these bad people in the world, blah, 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 blah. Well, why are you asking me that when you already know the answer? The why is because sin. If you believe in that sort of thing, it's sin. So the why is already answered. Now, if you really want to get down to brass tacks, then you have to look at the how. What happened with these people's lives? What happened? What were all the different myriad of variables that had to come together to bring this act into fruition? You find that out, then you will discover the why was apparent all along. So the why is not the question to be asking. It's the how. And one of the things in this case that points to me, and this is why it's so important to study the behavioral aspects of a case, not only the crime scene itself, but to delve deep into the victim's background, to study in every little nth degree of the person, leave no privacy at all. I mean, study everything, strip them bare to the bones about who they were, what they believed, where they went, why they went. I mean, what they ate, why did they eat it, when and where. I mean, this is what you have to do. You do a behavioral analysis, behavioral assessment of the victims. And if you can figure out the how, the why becomes very self-apparent. And with this case, if you're studying this case, and automatically, if you don't know any better, and you go along with the murder-suicide, which I think is the biggest joke in the world, the one thing that points to it not being that is you have to study from what I've seen, and according, not my opinion, but from the evidence, and if you study the people's background, it was staged. That's the only thing, the evidence, not my opinion, I want to stress that, but the evidence points to it being staged. And what I mean by that is I'm a person that I like to study about people's religious beliefs. I don't believe in half of it, but I really believe that if you can, since as I love behavior, that's what I'm trained in. You must never throw away or discount anything. Just because someone believes something you don't doesn't mean you're right, they're wrong, blah, 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 blah. You have to take it all in. You have to be discompassionate about everything. And so studying this, I have been to the Middle East, and I spent some time in the Middle East, extensive time in the Middle East, and I know about Islam, I know about the Quran, I collect Bibles, and I collect holy books, what people consider holy books. And if you know anything about Islam, anything at all, you will know that this crime scene was staged. First of all, and I'm not talking about militant Islam. No, I'm talking about any moderate Muslim. Any moderate Muslim. If they ever found out, if this ever became public, the person or persons who did whatever they did would be on a death list. And that's reality. That's not trying to scare someone. That's because you heard of the incident in Europe where someone made a caricature of Muhammad. And look at the outrage that happened after that, as a result of that. Now come and take that and place that same, the how, not the why, but the how. You place that into the arena of this case, and there is only one question, there's only one outcome you can come to. It was staged. First of all, no one's going to take an infidel's blood and write Allah Akbar on the wall. No one. It's a criminal offense. I mean, I want to cry because the act of this is so heinous. And I want to emphasize, I do not believe in Islam. It's not my thing, but I have to respect their belief, and I cannot discount it in anything. So first of all, no one will do that. The other thing is, no one, I really got to emphasize this, would never rip pages out of a Quran and throw them around the bodies of infidels. That, I'm sorry, that's a criminal, that's a death offense. That is a death offense. So that's not going to happen. And the worst, the most heinous thing that whoever this person or persons did was to take an infidel's dead hand or arm and lay it on top of a Quran. That is worse than the caricature that someone drew of Muhammad. And look at the response that created. You have somebody take the dead hand of an infidel and lay it on top. First, you put the Quran on the ground, which is, oh my, you have, the average public have no idea how heinous this really is. And then you put the Quran on the ground, and then you lay his hand on top of it. No, I want to sit here and cry right now. And I don't believe in Islam. I have a Quran. I have a very nice Quran, inlaid in gold. I treat it just as well as any other religious book. But that is because out of respect, you never do that. And the moment you saw that, you don't need to look any further. If you know the how, you do not need to go any further in this investigation to know it was staged. And if you, like I say, if you know anything about Islamic faith, if you know anything about the Quran, the average person has no clue how important that book is. And no proper, in their mind, Islamic person would ever do that. And to defile that book with an infidel's dead hand is unconscionable. And that's all I got to say about that. It's just, it's heinous.
Yeah, I agree, Russell. That was held privately for, I think, 2 months before, I think it was March of 2015, before law enforcement even exposed that information to the families. And so that, and then it became public in January of 2016. And that was when that issue, when I call all that stuff the Muslim-related stuff that happened in the house of staging, for me personally, once I saw that, when that came to light, all my thoughts of it being staged went through the roof, because I knew for sure it was a poorly staged scene. It was a slam dunk once I saw that. I think the killers had a much better chance letting all that go, and it would have been more believable. But once they introduced all of these things, it was then to the point of overstaging the scene. And this was just a horrible, this was done by imbeciles. I mean, this was
those imbeciles, whether they know it or not, if the Muslim community ever found out who they were, I don't think their lives would be worth anything. Because that right there should tell you something very, very, very bad is wrong with this case.
Yep,
and with Muslims, when they make a statement, they don't take an infidel's blood and write it on the wall. This is Hollywood. You will look at this crime scene and it reeks of Hollywood. It's not done. Ever. Not even once in any realm.
Now, on the documentary that came out, done by Eric Nelson, one of the final questions by the father of David Crowley, Dan Sr., says, all we're left with is the why. I went through and read everything on the the hard drives and the journals, and I just can't come up with the why. And even Eric Nelson, while filming the documentary, says hopefully this will give people the answer to, potentially the why, because that's the one thing we're left with. Is that part of the distraction here to get people looking at the why? Do you think?
I want to re-stress. As long as you keep your attention on the why, you'll never move forward in this case.
Okay.
As long as we keep our attention on the why, you're not going to go nowhere. The why is already given. If you want to find a possible resolution to this, if there is one, if you just want to bring some solace to the victims of the families that are still living, then you have to look at the how, because the answer to this is in the how. The answer to this, you look at the crime scene photos, you look at the reports, the how is there. There is your answer. It is telling you everything you want to know. But the reason that is possibly that we're not getting nowhere is because everyone wants to go with the traditional notion of the why. And that is to fulfill some psychological need. You have people who are suffering great loss, and that's all they can see. And then other people want to do everything in their power to try to alleviate that. Well, I think we do a huge injustice to those people who are left behind by doing that. We look at the how. The people's signature. A signature is something that a criminal leaves behind that's very indicative of them and only them. Now, their signature could be something they left behind. It could be a forged note. It could be carvings on the body, the writing on the wall, whatever. Everything you need to know about who did this, not the why, but who, the how, is there. Everything. It's staring at us in the face. And the average person will never, ever, ever be able to outdo. They can't outdo this. They will sign their name to it. They will. There is no ands, ifs, or buts. They will.
Now, Russell, I know the current terminology, I think it's called a forensic behaviorist, but in the past, was that known as a person who put together like an FBI profile, a profile of the killers? Is that the same?
At the very beginning, we're talking in the early 1970s, it was known as profiling. But since then, that has been relegated to the land of TV. Okay? It is now called behavioral analysis.
Okay.
And behavioral analysis is more accurate, it's a better descriptor, because behavioral analysis shows not only are you profiling the individual, but you're also studying the behavioral aspect of an environment within a crime scene. So that, and when they figured this one out, they also figured out that if by studying the crime scene, if by studying the families, by their movements, by what their likes were, by what they did, where they went, why they went, what was the religious beliefs, why they held those beliefs, who contacted them, who wrote them, who did they write, all these things. By doing this type of analysis, they found that they could come more and more closer to the perpetrator. because the perpetrator is there. He's there. I mean, his signature is there. I mean, everything that you want to know about the perpetrator is there.
So what do you see there?
And so that's why it's called what? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. What?
Oh, just saying. So if it's all there, what do you see? Do you see anything there that might help us kind of figure out who the perpetrator was?
Okay. What my suggestion would be is stop looking for the why. Okay. Stop looking for the why. Look at every aspect of this case. Pay attention to the people themselves, the victims. If you study the victims, you study their you study their habits, you study what their mail was, you study what they thought, what they believed, how well their relationships were with their family, their finances. I mean, everything. You study that, and you can get to intimately know the victims. You will see, there's a good chance that you will see the perpetrator. Because the perpetrator, no matter how good they are, they cannot hide that.
Now, Russell,
one thing is clear to me is this case, it seems to be made to look like something it's not. And that throws people off.
Correct. That's done in the form of a redirection to get people chasing their own tails, looking at other things. Now, in a case like this where there's an open investigation, for instance, on a case where they are actually law enforcement's looking for the killer, they're looking to try to find the bad guy. They'll bring in a person with, like, for instance, your background, and you'll put together an analysis of what type of person would be the perpetrator. Now, a case like this is closed. There's no need for someone like you. Would, for instance, the families contact a person with your background to say, we'd like to hire you to put together a profile of what we think, of what you think, who really did this, because we don't believe the official narrative? Do you ever get, is that common in your industry?
Yes. I have to stress this, okay? And I don't mean to step on no one's toes, but yes, I am going to step on someone's toes, okay? If the law enforcement is truly interested in coming to understand, I'm not mentioning the truth because we're not here to find the truth. If the first of all, if the law enforcement agency and the medical examiner's office truly want to understand how to interpret the evidence in a very correct light, then yes, that would be a good thing to do. The one thing I don't believe is I don't believe in pseudoscience. I don't believe in calling in your crystal ball people. Okay, that's a joke. Pseudoscience has no place in a forensic environment. And so, but if you do have someone and if you do, and it is not something that is uncommon, and if you do, you have to make sure that the person you have, one, has a training in the area by which you want investigated. It would be like if I was investigating some skeletons, and let's say I found a skeletonized remains, and I want them investigated, I would not bring in an anthropologist. No, I don't care if they had a doctorate degree. I would not. Now, I would bring a forensic anthropologist in. So you have to pick the right people who are going to investigate what you want, and they have to be trained in that area you want them to investigate. because you've got a lot of good people out there. I believe there's enough evidence present already to warrant doubt. That I believe.
What would it take to get a case like this reopened, if at all possible, Russell?
Okay, this is where you're going to have a hard time. Okay, if there's no interest to begin with, the likelihood of it ever coming to fruition is very little, very slim. You have someone, either the medical examiner's office, the police, whoever, they're going to have to take an interest. If they have no interest, it's not more than likely, it probably will not happen.
Now, how about the families, David and Kamel's parents? If they were to try to get this reopened, they are, by the way, if you're familiar with it or not, have both families have bought into the official narrative. So I don't see those stepping up to, push for a reinvestigation. But could they explore the option with a person like with your background to at least get some information, or could they get any further evidence if the case is already closed like this?
If they so chose, they're the ones that are going to have to choose. No matter what you do, there has to be interest. Whether it's from familial, whether it's from law enforcement, whether it's from the medical examiner's office, whether it's from the DA's office, whether it's from anybody, whether it's the Joe Blow that stands on the street and he's a transient. You have to have interest. If that interest does not exist, then it's more than likely not going to happen. But if the interest did exist, law enforcement cannot tell the family, they cannot hire someone who is a professional, who's trained in this area, who's in there both academically and has a legal purview. They can't. They can't. That's all there's to it. And if the case has already been adjudicated, then it becomes even harder. And if the law enforcement or the medical examiner puts in a lot of pressure for you to stop or for the family to stop, then someone needs to take a step back and ask, this is the only one time you need to ask why, is why are they doing that? Correct. It would be an indication that they did not want to come to find out what the real evidence is stating.
Now, we've got a large group on our Facebook group called Justice for David Crowley and Family, and it's nearly 2,000 members in this group. Even though we have no connection to the case, the members of the group, and we're not even family, could we gather up and do a fundraising campaign and hire a person like you to get a profile or an analysis of who more than likely was behind this?
If you ask the family, can we do this for you? Because in the end, when everything's said and done, if the family didn't want it, then law enforcement's going to say, I'm sorry, whatever you come up with, it don't mean nothing. That is the sad reality of the situation. You can sit there and spend all your time doing all the research, doing all the work, and if the family does not agree, they do not want to go forward, then any DA, any medical examiner, any law enforcement is going to go along with that because they're not going to put their necks out there.
But does that mean if they try to stand in our way, or does that mean that we would only have to go through the family?
If the family says no, then there's nothing you can do. You can go and do all the investigative stuff you want. Now, if you find criminal negligence, if you find evidence of criminal negligence, then you are responsible to and you're liable for that evidence, and you hand that evidence in. Now, you cannot act on that evidence. You can get yourself into a lot of trouble. But if you find evidence that something really wasn't quite right and is backed up not by hearsay, not by the truth, but by evidence, then, and if the family doesn't want to listen, if the law enforcement doesn't want to listen, then you hand it in to the state's attorney or the attorney. If he doesn't want to listen, the only thing you can do is bring the evidence and you put it into the purview of the public.
Okay, now have you ever dealt with any case like that where this happened or where this type of thing was actually brought up?
No.
Have you ever heard of anything like
that? Yes.
That?
But this will happen. This is where you really, really have to pay attention. You have to dot all your I's. You got to cross all your T's. And if you have any armchair lawyers or space cowboys in your group or whatever, you want to leave them out. Because it will go nowhere. Because what they're looking at, and I have discussed this with other people, whenever you're dealing with a case, the evidence can never be attacked, not directly. The evidence is what it is. It's not biased. It doesn't believe in the truth. It has no self-serving agenda. It's not for one person or another. It is what it is. And that's what scares people about the evidence. So what they will do, instead of attacking the evidence, they will attack the credibility of the person giving that evidence or the science by which this person found that evidence. That's what they will do. So in this, it's great that a lot, and I don't want to shy away from anybody helping, but when it comes down to the actual real thing and giving this real evidence, giving what you find to the proper authorities, you want to make sure that the person, the man, the woman, or whoever, they're top shelf. Because if you do anything else, they're not going to attack your evidence. They're going to attack the credibility of the person who is giving that evidence. And if the person whose credibility can be attacked, or the science by which that evidence was acquired is attacked, regardless of the evidence is true, whether it's right, whether it's whatever, it will be thrown out. It will be discarded.
Is there anything that the cops did wrong that might help us get them to reopen this case, like the bullet hole that they didn't find for 1 month?
I think the only way that maybe you can do that, because it will not be, and I hate to sound liberal when it comes to this, but it will not be in the best interest of your group to start alienating the police. But you do not step on around eggshells at the same time. So what you do is you get somebody in higher authority to get them to do what they should have normally done to begin with. So you take that information, you take your evidence, you cross all your T's, you dot all your I's, and you give it to a state's attorney.
State's attorney, okay.
And I'm telling you, a state's attorney, and if he finds any credibility in the evidence that you, and remember, not the truth and not your opinion, but the evidence in which you come up with, if he finds any credibility, he or she is the person that has the power to tell the police, guess what you're going to do, whether you like it or not.
You're going to reopen the case.
Yeah, and he or she has the power to do that. And there is no law enforcement agency in the state of Minnesota that's going to tell the state's attorney general no.
So we need a smoking gun.
Yes. And once there's enough circumstantial evidence. Now, please hear that correctly. There is enough circumstantial evidence to warrant doubt. That's clear. But a state's attorney general is going to need more than that. But if you can get that, whatever you want to call it, smoking gun thing, he or she has the power, the ultimate power to sit there and demand the police to reopen it. So the police will not say no.
Okay. So if the cops can't match the bullet that they say David killed himself with, the bullet that they didn't find for 1 month, would something like that warrant? Would that fall into this?
If you put that together with the fact of where the body positions were laid, the fact that and you put a lot, there's a lot of circumstantial evidence. And I think that if you put all that circumstantial evidence together, I think you have enough. Because there's the part where he's laying with his hands full. Now, you can sit there and explain that all you want until the cows come home. But that does not, you can get a ballistic expert, that does not explain the position of the gun. I don't care what baloney anyone tells you about, oh, guns can do this or guns can do that after the trigger's pulled. I'm sorry. There's some things that are clean, cut, and dry, and projectiles, guns will only do a certain thing in a certain way if it's done in a certain way. You know, you cannot make them magically dance around a room. Okay? And then the fact that when the guy's laying on the ground and the wife's sweater is over his feet, please pay attention to what it is you're looking at. There are some things that cannot happen if everything happens the way the report says. It can't. It has to be done another way. And if you can show that that was being ignored, that even the possibility, you never want to use definitives. That's one of the advices I will give you. You never use definitives. You know, you're setting yourself up for a heartache. But if you can show with inconsistency after inconsistency after inconsistency after inconsistency, which I do believe, I think there's enough circumstantial evidence of that. And if it's put out there in the public purview, then, you know, if the state's attorney general doesn't want to deal with it, because you never know what someone's interest is in something, you can put this out there, and even the only person more stronger than the state's attorney general is the public. They are more stronger than any state's attorney general will ever be. And we know this as Americans as fact, because a president, any president who's at the top of the list, at the top of his game, can be brought down by the public. And so, it's a very, very powerful thing.
So I'm looking at the Attorney General there, Lori Swanson. So is that the person?
I don't know who the state's Attorney General is from Minnesota.
Yeah, her name is Lori Swanson.
But
so it sounds like that's...
If you bring it to her, you must know that you have got to have your best people, your top shelf people on it. You got to check your information over and over and over again. Make sure everything's concise. Make sure everything is consistent. And you give that to them. Because just pretend that you're giving some type of proposal or something to the President of the United States. You're not going to wing it. And if things are so clear that there is no way that you can ignore it, That's what you want.
Okay. And the only thing at that point that would stand in our way, let's say we get everything set up, right? The only thing that would stand in our way would be the family wall. Some say, sound like it would just take one side of the family to say, yeah, we don't want you to investigate in this.
The state attorney general has the power because they have the responsibility to mete out justice according to the law. And if they find something that where the law has short-stepped on, where the law did not give justice to society or something like that, then what the family feels will be irrelevant and inconsequential, because they are, by their office, they are mandated.
So, Greg, it's irrelevant about the families if you go to the state attorney level.
Okay.
I didn't hear you.
Got it.
I just wanted to confirm, Russell, that it's even if the families do not agree, you can still take it to the state attorney and move it forward there and have them review
if the evidence is of such a nature that the state's attorney general warrants that the investigation be reopened, because there has been examples where, generally speaking, because of religious beliefs, because of social beliefs, because of taboos or whatever it is, there have been cases where decedents have not been autopsied, where they're not cremated and all this stuff. But if the information shows that there was some kind of criminal intent or something like that, then that a crime actually that was committed, that somehow someone short-stepped and justice was not served, then what the individual family may believe or may think doesn't hold water. They can go over the family's head, they can cremate, they can do autopsies, they can do whatever. And in those cases, the family has nothing to say. So
how quickly can they cremate?
Oh, you can if especially if you have money, you can have someone cremated if you have money, or if you are in the know, within 24 hours of the body actually being sent to the coroner. It's quite fast. But you have to do it fast enough where you sidestep everything. Because before it is decided that a real crime had occurred, yes, the family can demand the body be cremated. But once there has been determined that a criminal act, that a crime did commit, and a felony was committed, and that felony led to the deaths of the decedents, then they can sit there and request all they want, and it's not going to happen. But now if you have an unscrupulous person, they can go ahead and sidestep that before anyone else can stop them and have the body cremated. So it's not a hard thing to do.
Well, now could they do that for all three bodies? Because
yes,
only two of those three bodies were actually cremated. So is there a way that they could say, hey, I just want to make sure these two bodies are cremated?
It seems odd. I mean, if you are a forensic pathologist, or you're just a regular medical examiner of any weight, that would seem, I would question that. Now, whether or not you can go against that legally, that's a different story. Because they cannot just decide arbitrarily or unilaterally, well, I don't like the way you asked that, or I don't like your request, so I'm not going to let you do that. No, they can't do that. Even though they may think this is odd. This is why it's so important, and I like to stress that, it's so important to make sure everything's done right the first time. Because in forensics, there is no do-overs. You cannot go back and have a second chance. Now you can go and you cannot recreate the evidence. You cannot put everything back the way it was. That's just not the way it happens. But what you can do is you can work with the evidence, and you can work with how that was collected. You can work with the ineptability of however it was studied or investigated and stuff like that. So you're going on the legal aspect, but there is no do-overs in forensics. That's why it's extremely important everything be done painfully the way it should be done.
Russell, by going through the crime scene photos, were there any that jumped out at you in particular that you can remember that helped with your decision and your view of the case that others may want to be interested in by looking at here?
Yes, I would say the biggest things that is the Islamic stuff. I would have to say that and the picture of the bay window, and take a look at that picture, and you'll see I think it was the medical examiner's van or the CSI van or whoever it was out front, and take a look at that picture and just imagine that picture in a dog being seen at that front window. Imagine how that would be. And after you imagine it, then go back and look at the picture. What you imagine, what should have been, isn't what you're seeing. So either someone's outright lying, or they're lying by what is that called? By when I'm at a loss right here, but you lie by not telling.
By
omission.
Omission?
Yes, you're lying by omission. Because if you read the account that is written in the police report and then take a look at that window, the two things could not have happened. Only one of those things could have happened. Both of them could not. So it's either the scene is wrong or the report is wrong. So there's that. There is the photograph of the man laying there or the report of the man laying there with the wife's sweater over his feet. What should have happened, what happened, and what was written to happen are completely different, and that should not be. That should not be. Then I would question the veracity of whether or not the door was actually opened. You're
talking about the back door?
Yes,
or the front door?
I would question the veracity of whether that door was actually opened or not.
When it was open or not during the killings, or?
Yeah, it just doesn't matter whether it was open or not. Doesn't matter who did or did not open. It's whether or not the door was open. Because how the dog is acting, how everything is supposed to react and how the report is stating, and how someone's saying the dog looked, and then how someone's saying the dog didn't look, and then the fact that the door was open, so there's always a chance for the dog to get out. You see, something's not right. It's either the crime scene is wrong or the report is wrong. And God forbid both of them be wrong.
Well, I mean, we do have photos of the back door open and closed, so that was another thing of why the police took photos of the rear slider both open and closed. But they did that with other doors, where they would show they take pictures of doors being open and doors being closed.
No.
They've done that with the 3 toilet seats. They have photos of the toilet seats open and the toilet seats closed.
And see, this is the problem that you run into. And here's the problem. You go in while everything's still in situ, and you take pictures once, and only once, of everything. You take pictures. You do not worry about the amount of pictures. You over-picture everything. And that should be it. Those are the pictures that should be turned in as evidence. You don't go back and take pictures again. I try to stress that to my students. And this is something people really got to get into their mind. There are no do-overs in forensics. There is no second chance. Everything's done right the first time. And it's those pictures and only those pictures that should be submitted as evidence. Now, if they're taking pictures of a toilet seat up, and then somebody goes back and takes a picture of a toilet seat down, there's something not right there. Because was the toilet seat up or was it down? It doesn't matter if it was up or was down. It's got to be either or. It can't be both.
But is there any reason for them to take those photos? Just to show what it looks like open and shut?
No. Because unfortunately, this is the other problem with TV. TV just does such a bad thing for this. Everything in situ, the very first time. Pictures are taken of everything. Now, the only time that I could see them closing the toilet seat and taking a picture of it open and then closing it to take a picture is if they found trace evidence, or they found bodily fluid, they found blood, they found something that was on the back of the toilet seat. Then, during the first time, there should not be a huge time disparity between the pictures. Okay? And so then they would take the picture of the seat closed, because you have to close it because you have to get the pictures in situ. I mean, that's all there's to it. And and those pictures are taken before the techs come in and do their work. Once techs get there is no going in there and taking pictures again. There is no do-overs. Now, if someone did that and there's a disparity in the timeline between the picture was taken and the other picture was taken, and it's both being entered as official evidence, I would question that. I would have to ask, I can't accuse, but I would have to ask, what was the justification and why the time disparity? That's why I said in my open statements, it's very crucial, because the time, once that timeline starts, from the moment that police, that very first responder sees that there could have been a crime committed, you are on the clock. And time becomes a very valuable commodity. There is no do-overs.
Well, I want to thank you, Russell, for your time tonight, because I think this has been a very enlightening discussion. Greg, do you have any other further questions or anything else you can think of, Russell?
No.
Yeah, I don't have anything further. If you do, Greg, and if not, I think we can wrap it up. But this is very well done. I appreciate your time speaking with us tonight.
I know it sounds corny, but this is why I live. I'm very passionate about what I do. I don't love it and I don't like it. That to me is tantamount to a hobby, and hobbies have no place in forensics. I'm passionate about this. So.
Very good. Very good. Well, once again, appreciate your time. And can't thank you enough. That's really appreciated. It's awesome. All right, Greg, I think we can wrap up. You can shut up the recording, and what we'll do is publish this, and people can listen to it at their leisure here in the future. But thanks again for your time. We really appreciate your time, Russell.
Anytime, because this is what I live for.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
As we discussed in prior conversations, in the BCA lab reports for the DNA, there are 3 bullets that have Kamel DNA profile on it. And the bullets that were used, the .40 caliber hollow points, when they're fired, they become like a mushroom. And the parts that will travel, that part of the bullet that travels through you, when it becomes a mushroom, there's these little ridges around the top that come out that are like petals. And that's what rips through your skin, through your body, and bone. It will collect all that around those little ridges. And so the 3 bullets, 42, 43, and item 44, all had just Kamel's DNA on it, which would leave the assumption that all 3 had gone through Kamel's body. Most of her head was missing, and her hands were missing. So we honestly don't have an actual trajectory of where each single bullet went through. They were able to pick up some skull fragments, but I don't believe that they were able to pick up enough. The 3 bullets that you have photos of, 42, 43, and 44, that were right on the carpet, the ones that were actually fired, those belong to Kamel.
Okay. Just writing that down.
And those were the ones that were found the very first day. The bullet that was fired through the floor and into the basement wall, that would be item 45.
Okay.
And there was no DNA profile on that bullet, which means it did not go through anybody at all.
Okay.
It would have, those type of bullets, they would have collected something if it went through somebody. It would have collected tissue, bone. I mean, they're wicked bullets.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever seen any of the videos on YouTube, but the damage that they do, oh my goodness. There's a reason why some people use them.
How long would that DNA or anything, blood, all that stuff, flesh, how long would it stay on these bullets? Do we have any indication of that?
Well, they're inside a house, and so it's in a controlled environment. There's not rain or rushing water or anything like that coming down on them. Because I'm not an expert, it would be very hard for me to give you an actual time frame. It can corrode over time, DNA, but that's over a long period of time and exposed to elements. In a house where things are not actually, like the environment is not ruining it, in my opinion, it would last for an extremely long time. To give you an example, or to compare the bullets, the attic one, that one was found a month after the bodies were discovered. They only found touch DNA on that one. There was no blood detected. That would be on page 26 of the BCA report. So that would leave the assumption that it's just touch DNA if there wasn't blood on there.
Meaning the bullet was just fired into the ceiling. It didn't. It's not the bullet that killed. Like you've said many times already. And it's not the bullet that David killed himself with.
Yes, and it's the same type of bullet that was used in these killings, though. So David had handled that bullet in his hand as he put it into the clip magazine. So that DNA still stayed on that bullet, even after fired and gone through the ceiling and landed in the attic someplace. I believe it's page 31 in the PDF file for the BCA lab report. They compared item 31, a bullet fragment, against the test-fired bullets from item 1 and item 57. They were performed, and the results were the following. Item 57 against 31 showed the presence of matching features. This means item 1 fired 31. The bullet fragment that is item 31, it was found over towards the window. There's a casing that was found there also. That's closer to where David would have been, I think.
That makes me think they're not 100% sure this came from the same gun. And how can they be if they found it 1 month later? They shouldn't be. So.
That's the impression that I'm getting also. I'm looking at the photos. It would be item 30 would have been the casing that they found over by the window. Item 2, the cartridge case. Edge of the carpet and recliner in living room. Item 3, cartridge case by the small stool in the living room. Item 7 is a live round. It is on the rug by hair clump and torn Quran pages. Item 9 is a cartridge case on the rug by the Quran page. Item 30 is a cartridge case under the bookcase by the big window. The bullet fragment was item 31 by the bookcase, blue yoga mat by big window. Item 36 is a cartridge case by torn Quran pages by the couch on the rug.
Item 37, cartridge case by the corner of the rug, by couch, and by the Pink Surface Pro. Then the bullet 42, 43, and 44 near Camille on rug. Item 45 was a bullet and basement wall. Bullet 53 is the one that fell out of the rug after the cleaners moved the rug. And then 57 is the attic bullet.
It doesn't make sense that they would say, okay, we found 2, 3, 9, 30, 36, and 37 on the 17th, but we didn't find the 6 bullets that matched it.
But somehow they missed 53 and 57 that first day, too.
You're right, they missed 50
on that day.
Yeah, you're right, they missed 53, because they found 53 a couple days after.
Mm-hmm.
They found 53 on January 19th, 2015. So they missed 2 bullets when they left the house.
Mm-hmm. Because anything that they found after that day, they give it a higher number. For instance, 53 was found a few days later.
I wonder what 54, 55, and 56 are now, too.
54 is classified as CD with images. And then after that, it says item 28/1.1.
They weren't even expecting 53 through 57.
Or 57.
Yeah. I'm sorry, you said 54, 55, and 56?
54 is images. 55, a CD with questioned handwriting. 56 is with footprints. It's more images. 57 is the bullet in the attic.
They were not expecting to find any of that.
No, they weren't. These are things that were brought to their attention.
Yeah, or else they would have never known about it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Which gives you a headache. Because I mean, come on, okay, things outside of the house, like an extra journal, whatever, other stuff later, yeah, but anything in the house, man, you guys should not have missed anything inside of that house, period. I think it's a known fact that there's no blood, no flesh, nothing. None of Camel's blood or flesh were found on the daughter and vice versa. Not a single sample that was DNA tested had David or Rainey's blood in it. It would be interesting to see if the rest of the blood that was taken, that they took samples of, even comes back with their DNA on it. I mean, how is it possible that 3 people were brutally shot in a house, but there's no mixtures of their blood?
That just can't be. They can't all die in the same room at the same time. You can't have the mother and daughter die in the same room at the same time. It just doesn't add up. That part just does not add up.
Tommy Booth had gone through and had picked the items that should have been tested. The rest were then being held at the BCA lab. These were random tests. So the odds of David and Rainey's blood not being found is just, I mean, it just leaves you thinking, how is that even possible? It is almost like, and this is just an assumption, to me, it seems like David and Rainey were killed someplace else, brought back, and then Camille was killed there. And that's the only explanation for why just her blood is found. But like I said, it's an assumption. I am not saying that as a fact.
Right.
Because I don't have the actual proof besides DNA.
When is there any of David's blood, any of his flesh, found on any of the other 2?
No. The only DNA found of David is on the gun and the magazine. And then there's touch DNA that was on the bullet in the attic and the knife. When you touch something, you leave hundreds of little skin cells. Logically, if he stepped in her blood and left footprints, there would be DNA from him if he was barefoot. There would be. The skin cells will be in there. Just like the wall. Unless he wore gloves and he wrote on that wall, his DNA would have been in those samples. Especially because he's like rubbing against the wall.
There's no fingerprints. How do you tie it to David Crowley?
That's right. Unless gloves were worn or if they used some type of item to write it with, but they didn't take the scarf into evidence. So right. I know that several people had discussed the scarf that looked bloody. That was never taken in evidence, so I'm fairly certain it no longer exists.
Which is crazy. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I agree. Why not test the clothing? Just to rule out any other intruder or anything like that. I mean, just think of the evidence that could be on there. Not only would there have been the gunshot residue, but there would have also shown other DNA. Several of the tests, I believe it was 7 tests, came back with mixed DNA of 2 to 3 more people. Yet, we don't know if that was contaminated. We don't know if that could have been DNA left by whoever committed the murders.
Right.
We don't know what to think. But if we would have had the clothing at least tested, we could find out if there was signs of the killer on there or anything. I mean, there's just so much more information. But very frustrating.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. The more that we look at this, the more we see there's nothing that ties David Crowley to any of this. Why would they think that David Crowley would have written this on the wall in his wife's blood?
The meant to Allah now on the post or on the notepad, I don't believe that the now was even written by David. I believe it was written by another person. His N's are completely different. The O is different. The W. He writes his N's in almost like a lowercase kind of rounded N. That one, it looks like it was written by a left-handed person. There's different things throughout the crime scene where you sit there and you look at it, and it's like the person who wrote the now on that note, I'm fairly certain is the one who wrote on the wall. Some of the writing just lines up with it, the angle. I've come to the conclusion that David didn't do this, even in the reports. Detective Bone, he states over and over that no forced entry, there was no signs of struggle, no apparent missing items. So the only conclusion he can come up with is the fact that David did this, because he didn't see signs of forced entry. And then you're thinking to yourself that the back door was left open? Why would there be forced entry? Like the Submit to Allah, which is really, really weird, was spelled one way, and then you look at the wall, and the Allah Akbar is written in a different way than the Allah is on the notepad.
Right.
David, from all reports, he was very consistent in the things that he did. So why would he spell Allah one way and Allah a different way on the wall? I think I can say with certainty that this was not an Islamic hit.
But could it have been something made to look like one?
Oh yeah.
And And then the other question is, well, was that David who made it, who wanted to make it look like something that it wasn't?
I have thought about that. I just don't see the rationality behind it, but I also don't see the rationality of killing your wife and child.
Right. Which is why they had to make him look crazy. They had to make him look crazy, or else then it's like, well, there's no way he would have done this. So they had to go to that crazy point. And the fact that they did it so early and so soon was just strange. Very, very strange.
It was within hours that they came to that conclusion. I'm almost fairly certain that they came to that conclusion as they walked into the house, starting from the 911 call.
Yeah, that's where they got the first line.
I think, like I stated before, the really big thing that keeps bugging me is the lack of DNA or mixture DNA found in Camille's blood.
Right.
Still bugs me too. I mean, the odds of their blood not showing up at all. If they were killed in that same general area, it should be there.
Yeah.
And it's not. How does it not beg the police? How are they not questioning it? I think they just wanted to close this case.
All right, so here is the big 485-page PDF. Now, it can be a little bit overwhelming when you download a PDF and you see that it's 485 pages. I get it, but it's worth it. It is worth going through. And I'm going to try to give you a little teaser here of why you should go through this, I guess. The first reason, obviously, is for facts or is for data. So if you don't believe what is being written in this report is necessarily facts, it is data. So we are collecting data. The first thing you're going to find from page 1 through 5 is the Minnesota BCA ACISS 2015-28. Report is dated 1/17/2015. You have the occurrence dates of 1/17/2015 at 1400 to 1/18/2015 at 5:30 a.m. 0530. Page 6 through 8 is Brian Bones' application for a search warrant, January 17th at 15:06 military time. That would be 3 p.m. Page 9 and 10 is the actual search warrant that is signed by the judge of the district court at 15:06. Page 11 is Brian Bones' receipt, inventory, and return. This shows that at 1651 they searched the house, the vehicles, and the bodies. They collected items AV-1 through AV-22. Pages 12 through pages 13 are written by Sean McKnight. The receipt, inventory, and return. Date of search warrants issued by the judge is the wrong year on both pages, 12 and 13. The collected items AV-23 through AV-55 were collected, or at least written down, by Sean McKnight. And you can see on this, you can see that it's noted who actually collected that item. You'll see a TB, Tara Becker, SM, Sean McKnight, and so forth. BB, Brian Bone. So that's what those little indications are next to it. Page 14 through 17 is the Minnesota BCA ACISS Investigative Supplement Report, 2015-28/1. Report date is 1/22/2015. Two case files are mentioned here. The AVPD 15-303, and the other case file that is mentioned here is the MNBCA Forensic Laboratory S15-00662. Okay, so 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3 are CDs. There are 3 CDs out there. 1.1 contains the raw digital images of latent prints from the crime scene. 1.2 is a CD that contains raw digital images of handwriting on wall from the crime scene. And 1.3 is a CD containing raw digital images of bloody footprints found at the scene. Page 17 specifically mentions blood footprints. Now, I know that there is an image out there, a couple of them out there, that when I first saw the pictures of bloody prints on the kitchen living room area floor, I thought they were handprints. I really did. I go back and forth sometimes, but I do, right now at least, I do believe, yes, they are footprints. So I've been looking at any evidence of them being either footprints or any mention of them being fingerprints. But here they are specifically mentioned on page 17 as footprints. So we're going to start there. Okay, we're going to say, okay, this is what the BCA, this is what the investigators concluded at this point, that they were footprints. What's even more interesting is that you can clearly see that it is one foot. It is a right foot. So here's what I have some notes for about page 18 and 19. This is a laboratory analysis request at the attention of Tommy Booth. The estimated due date for these latent prints would be 4/26/2015. The estimated due date for the question documents, which we'll cover later, would be 4/26/2015. So they're saying by 4/26/2015, they should have some answers about the latent prints and about the question documents. The circumstances and purpose of the analysis is for the latent print comparison and the handwriting analysis comparison. Sticking with that document on page 19, the document was submitted by Elizabeth Elyers of the BCA and received by Carol David on January 26, 2015 at 11:17:48. Page 20 is interesting because it's a draft page. Draft is written 3 times in red on this page, and there's really not much to this. This was filled out, and this is, okay, so we're getting into the ACISS report. Now remember, ACISS report 2015-28. And what you're going to see is a lot of these documents are going to have the same name, ACISS report 2015-28, but then it's going to have a /2/3. Let's go to page 21. MNBCA ACISS attachment 2015-28/3. The report date is 1/26. This is the preliminary autopsy. Okay, so page 23, 24, and 25 are the press release report about this case regarding David, Kamel, and Rania, released by the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office. And it basically says David died as a result of a suicide. Kamel died as a result of a homicide. Rania died as a result of a homicide. By 1/21. There's no doubt in their mind. Or they wouldn't have released those documents. But they needed to, especially for public panic and really especially just for all of the conspiracies. But I didn't think that they really gave the conspiracies any chance. They did not even want to consider a conspiracy here. That's the way I saw it. I don't see any. I mean, you can read these police reports and you can clearly see they're very careful to mention the public is not in danger. Everything is fine. We got this case solved. That's pretty much all we were getting. And that just fueled so many conspiracies. And instead of helping these conspiracy theorists kind of understand what was really happening, a lot of people just went silent. They went dark. And I can understand, it really puts the investigators in a very tough spot, especially if they really do want to help the public understand what happened here. It's a very tough spot now because it is an ongoing investigation. But at the same time, they're completely discrediting any possible theory of foul play. They're completely glossing over any possible explanation, any reason, anything that might show that they cannot prove David Crowley is guilty. It's one thing to accuse him, but it's another thing to actually prove it. They were successful in accusing him to a point, and up to a certain date is what I think. They were very successful in trying to convince the public and trying to convince the average person that David Crowley was guilty. They failed, and they continued to fail. And the reason the case needs to be reopened is because they will continue to fail to prove David Crowley is guilty because they cannot prove it. I truly, honestly believe that. Now, can I prove that they cannot prove it? Yes. If these documents, if what I have, if everything that I've seen is what they base their theory on, unless they have secret knowledge, some hidden information, unless they have things that we're not seeing, yes, I believe we can prove that they cannot prove David Crowley is guilty based on their evidence, based on their documents, based on their photographs, based on their reports, based on their comments, based on everything they have given us. There is no way that the police, that these investigators can look at the documents, look at the photos, look at everything they've given us and say, okay, you will understand now why David Crowley is guilty. They really didn't even try. They were already thinking it didn't matter what they told us. We were still going to think David Crowley was not guilty. That's their own fault. And they were monitoring the group page. They were monitoring the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group and the Justice for David Crowley of Gray State Facebook page. So they knew that there were people like me who were not convinced. They lumped people like me into a category where everybody thought that the government killed David, and that was it. That's totally wrong, and that's totally unfair to real people who were really looking for what really happened here. They did a big disservice to us. So I think they were kind of like, well, it doesn't matter what we tell you, you're still going to think David Crowley didn't do this. And to me, that made it sound like, okay, so then you're not going to put any effort into it, right? That's pretty much what you're telling me. And that's what I told, well, I didn't tell Gummert. That's what I should have told Gummert is, you just said that no matter what, you think we'll still be convinced that David Crowley did not kill his wife and his daughter and then kill himself. Even though I've stated publicly many, many times that I'm open to it, that I want to see it. I want the evidence. They didn't even look at that. They didn't even care. Because it wasn't about that. Those are the people they should have been focusing on, not the people who were set that the government killed David, or that David was part of some global conspiracy, or it's going to release some movie that was going to change the whole world, or whatever. So they did a very big disservice to the public, because they did not help us understand. They didn't even take the time, really. So anyways, Gummert did. Gummert at least took the time to answer those questions. He tried to back out, kind of, not really back out, but he, at first he was not going to answer those questions. But he's a man of his word. Gummert is a man of his word, and he answered those questions, and I thank him for that. Page 26 is ACISS Attachment 2015-28/4, report date 1/26/2015. And this is in regards to the latent prints of David Crowley and the DD-214, which is his military record. That was requested by Chris Olson. Status was approved, and the approved date is 1/26/2015. The record originating date is 1/26/2015. It says on January 21st, 2015. Oh, here we go. Here's the FBI thing now. Because it was always, were the FBI involved? Were the Department of Homeland Security involved? Were the FBI involved? Who was involved? So now we have the one mention of the FBI in these documents. I think this is the only mention that you'll ever see. And it's only for Olson to request from the FBI, from the Minnesota FBI, David Crowley's fingerprint card taken by the U.S. military on 6/24/2003. And this FBI agent, Travis Yarberg, sent Olson David's DD-214 on January 21st, 2015. This shows they had David's fingerprint. This is going to be one of the most important things that you're going to read in these documents, simply because of they have one match to David's fingerprint, one. And it's on the notebook in the office bedroom. That's it. They don't have a fingerprint. They don't have a palm print of David's on that gun. They can't do it. Now you could say, well, it's because the gun was there for 3 weeks. You could say it's because of the dog. Whatever you want to say. That is a fact. They could not put the gun in David's hand. That's a big thing. It's a huge thing. It's one more reason to reopen this case, I think. You talk about the smoking gun. The bloody gun might be the smoking gun. Okay, so Olson gets the fingerprint card from the FBI on January 21st. Then on the following day, he receives David's DD-214 from SAIC Michael F. McDaniel. So even though we were told that the FBI were not involved, technically they weren't, and technically they were, right? They weren't involved in the investigation. There's no proof that they were involved in the investigation, but they were contacted. So, semantics, yeah, okay. I'll give them that one. And then page 28 through 31, another ACISS crime scene supplement, 2015-28/5. So now we're into the fifth part. Still dated 1/17/2015. The crime scene processing. That's what we're going to be going through here now. The BCA received a call at 14:17. They arrived at 15:30. Their work was completed on 1/18 on the following day at 4:30. The BCA, on page 28, you'll see the BCA took 800 photographs. They took a photograph of the exterior, the interior, general area, point of entry, no. Point of exit is no. Shoe prints, no. That was interesting. Footprints, yes. Tire tracks, no. Tool marks, no. Victim injuries, yes. Weapons, yes. So when you think about just another thing, going back to those shoe prints, I did notice that comparisons to the officer's shoe prints were made to shoe prints in the snow. And then I wondered, did the police ever compare David's shoes to the shoe prints in the snow? And then I wondered if the police ever compared David's shoes to the shoe prints in the snow. Page 31 shows Ellier's story. She was contacted by the BCA's Operations Center, and she was requested to respond to the crime scene in Apple Valley. SSA O'Donnell documented the crime scene through video, which was recorded onto a mini DVD and which was later transferred to a DVD for easy viewing. So the photos are on a DVD that is marked item .2. Page 32 and 33 cover the Minnesota BCA ACISS attachment 2015-28/7. So now we're to the seventh document associated with this. The report date is 2/13/2015 from 17:05 to 17:13. Okay, these reports and exhibits are received by the Apple Valley Police Department. Report by Chris Olson on 2/13/2015. S.A. Olson received 20 PDF files. 20 PDF files. These files included reports and other investigative exhibits relevant to this investigation. If you look at page 34 through 37, you get half a list of the top 200 donors. Start with number 1, and it's a big jump from number 1 to number 2. Okay, so page 38, you'll see here, we got the training here that Kamel and David took. If you're looking at page 40, you'll see Kamel's training verification through Quorum Security Incorporated. Page 43 has the gun that David gave to Danny Mason as a gift. Page 44, Kamel's firearms bill of sale, purchased on 7/25/2009 at the Gun Zone in Dallas, Texas. She paid with a check, total of $508.76. She bought a Springfield XD 40 caliber, serial number US 163310, signed by Kamel. Page 45 through 47 is David's training verification certificate, course completed on November 8, 2009, and done by the same company, Quorum Security. Page 48 is David Crowley's private firearm transfer to Adam Schambauer. It's dated September 17, 2010. It's given as a gift, and it's from the AR-15. It is the lower receiver, serial number 61242. Page 49 is a private firearms transfer from David Crowley to David Stark, dated June 17, 2012, conducted as a sale. David sold Mr. Stark a Springfield XD 40 caliber subcompact, serial number US 163310. Kamel buys this gun on 7/25/2009 in Dallas, Texas for $508. Sells it, or David sells it, to David Stark June 17th of 2012. Page 50 through 133 are the police reports. And here we go again, the police reports. There are some police reports in here, and there are some police reports that are missing. The ones that are missing look like it's generally the ones at the end of the 94 pages. So that's curious. The last update that we get where the case is exceptionally cleared is not in this set of police reports. That's a big deal. The other interesting thing to notice about this is some of what was censored in the 94-page PDF is not censored here. So there is some good data there. There is some good stuff to actually go through. And it'd be good to have a full comparison of everything about what is blocked out in the original 94 pages, and then compare that to what is not blocked out here in these 70 some odd pages that we have of police reports. Page 134, 137 is the BCA lab analysis request by Tommy Booth. The section involved the crime scene team. The estimated due date is 2/17/2015. Firearms, the estimated due date is 5/18/2015. Latent prints, the estimated due date 4/18/2015. The nuclear DNA, estimated due date 5/18/2015. And the question documents, estimated due date 4/18/2015. This is all on page 134. The evidence list begins on page 134 as well, and goes through all of the items number 1 through 48. Now, you'll notice just 1 through 48, because right now they don't have 49 through 56, and then later they'll have 57. So you're going to see this document, 3 sets of the same document here. Okay, and as we move on to page 138, the AVPD press release. Now we're going to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these press releases. Note these dates, note these times. This is very important. Alright, so on page 138, this is the very first one. This is the first press release. Suspicious deaths. And you'll note here, it does not mention a double murder or suicide. This was set to release at 3:30 p.m. January 17th, 2015. Little over 2 hours have passed, and the first press release goes out. Suspicious deaths. Doesn't really say much. Shouldn't say much because they don't know much. This one is dated January 18th, set for release at 11:40 a.m. This one does mention a murder-suicide. But they're very clear to make sure that there's no threat to public safety. To me, that shows, and I think this has been brought up many, many times, but just to say it again, it does show that by this time, the police were working with the theory that David Crowley was guilty. That is their working theory. They don't have 2 bullets yet. They don't have item 53. They don't have item 57. Item 57, obviously, they don't find that one until February 18th when they're told about it by Chris Klein, or else they would never have item 57. So thank you, Chris Klein. Think about that for a second. Let's say they never had item 57. This wouldn't match up. Nothing would match up. Of course, only 4 bullets and 6 casings found on January 17th does not match up either. So if you're still looking at page 139, you can see, based on this, that the medical examiner's office is still working to positively identify the 3 dead bodies. They haven't identified them yet, and they're already working with this theory that David Crowley is guilty. Even on January 19th, they don't have a positive ID, page 140. But they're already treating this as an apparent murder-suicide. So maybe they're just being cautious. Maybe that's just legal speak, and they're just making sure CYA. And on page 141, dated 1/21/2015 at 3 p.m. Now they have a positive ID. So by 121, they have a positive ID. They have already said that they believe that this was a murder-suicide. We can conclude that by 1/21/2015, the police are working with that theory that David Crowley is guilty. They're not looking at other theories. They're not looking at foul play. They've ruled out foul play. Okay, page 142 is going to be the 5th and final press release that we're going to see here. And the investigation is still ongoing. Last verified activity from the residents was late December of 2014, according to investigators. Captain John Brummel is actually quoted in this last one. He is quoted, "The analysis of these devices could provide important information about this incident, but that analysis will take time." Page 144, 145, and 146 all look like they are trying to identify Kamel. January 18th, 1:49 a.m. Ryan Olson sends Sean McKnight this image on page 145 to identify her by her tattoos. Probably one of the fastest, easiest ways to identify a person, I would think. We're going to move on to page 147. Page 147 shows how they were trying to identify David Crowley through the tattoos. And you will note that date originally sent from Ryan Olson to Sean McKnight on January 17th, 2015. Okay, page 150 to 151 is a release form where they are releasing the dog to Dan Crowley Jr. The dog was obviously impounded on 1/17/2015. It's a mixed breed. It's a male. Dan Crowley Jr. claims that dog on January 21st, 2015, according to these documents here. So this fax that we're seeing here, this document was faxed from the pet hospital to the Apple Valley Police Department on January 21, 2015. You can see that on page 151. On page 152, you will see that on January 23rd, 2015, Tommy Booth is notified that the forensic scientist assigned to the nuclear DNA section assignment in this case will be Rebecca Diane. Page 153 is the handwritten report with the list of authorities involved. This lists everybody who was involved in this case. Page 154 through 157 is Kamel's messages with an unnamed person. The dates include Monday, November 24th at 9:57 a.m., where she met with somebody at a coffee house. Kamel's plans for after the holidays. Quote, I'd also be interested in planning a more elaborate, fun get-together after the holidays. On page 155, she's corresponding with somebody on December 3rd, 12:39 p.m., and she responds on Friday, December 5th at 11:53 a.m. So you can read page 154 through 157, and you can see, and you can judge for yourself. Because we get down to page 156, and now we're in December of 2014. Page 158 shows what guns were taken from the house on January 18th, 2015. There are 9 in total. On page 159, you'll see that Brian Bone is trying to get access to David Crowley's Dropbox. He is requesting a preservation of the account and any account associated with this specific Gmail account, crawls04@gmail.com. Page 160 through 162, we're back to the BCA Forensic Science Service, filled out by the AVPD, Brian Bone. This is for the nuclear DNA test. Specifically, look at what it says under latent prints here. Elimination